Karen Reed was framed.
I'm being charged with second-degree murder now?
Vehicular homicide and
She
leaving
did
the
not cause his death.
That was not the taillight the day I was
And
there.
that means that somebody else did.
And your response was, hopefully, she kills herself.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses and the murder prosecution of Karen Reed is absolutely baseless.
Boston cop whose family you were actually connected to, correct? Chris L.
Stop.
Yes.
Julio.
Yes.
Colin L.
Yes.
Kevin L.
Yes.
Your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who was hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises?
That taillight
Yes.
is completely smashed out.
Yes.
A retard,
Yes.
no ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked.
Yes.
Would you have been lied to in this courtroom?
It's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agree with me.
Inside that jury room, agree that Karen Reed was not guilty of murder. Count one in that indictment.
Correct.
Welcome back. Today we dive into the wild, crazy, convoluted world that is known as the Karen Reed trial. This has been a massively covered viral case for the past 2 years now, and I've had so many thoughts and opinions, and I'm finally excited to dive into it because this case has everything. If you know nothing about this case, trust me, buckle up, you are not ready. I know it's been covered a million different ways, 7 ways to Sunday, but I am who I am, and it's about me now, in my opinion. No, but for real, this is going to be fun. Not really fun because we're discussing, murder, but the things that happen in this trial I've never seen anywhere else, and hopefully we never see again. This case is truly an embarrassment to the American legal system and should bring shame upon the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Get your shit together. For those who don't know, at the time of filming, we are currently in the middle of the second trial. Yes, this case has gone to 2 trials. The first trial happened last year, ended in a mistrial with basically a hung jury. And trust me, we have things to discuss about that. And now this past trial started towards the end of April and has been going on until now. It looks like the defense is about to wrap up their case, meaning we're going to get to rebuttal arguments soon, and then the case will be given to the jury, and we will find out once and for all what will happen to Karen Reed in the future. I personally don't see a world where she's ever convicted. I think this could be another hung jury, and then you have to go again for a third trial. That would be outrageous if they try to try this for a third time. But okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Hi, if you're new here, welcome to the world of long-form rant content, where there is no structure or goal. It is just me reacting to whatever I want to react to, and the video is finished whenever it's finished. I express no authority or expertise on this channel. These are just my opinions. You take what you take, you leave what you leave. But if you leave a like on the way out. That's just good home training. The structure of this video is going to be a little different than normal. I know I say I have no structure, but here I am. Today we are going to be looking at the opening statements of the defense. They have proven time and time again to be more reliable narrators. The state's openings are so boring, inaccurate, and literally just make my skin crawl. There will be sections that I will cover from it for sure, but in this video, we're going to focus on the differences between the defense's first opening statements and their opening statements for trial 2, which I think were great because it was handled by 2 different attorneys and they both have really unique styles and approaches to relaying this information. Another warning I will give is that I will get some details wrong. There are so many details, so many conflicting narratives, so many dates, numbers, data, all of this, all of that. So hear my intention behind what I'm saying, and I'm going to give you the essence of the truth, but there might be some little details here and there that are off. If you catch any of those, politely correct me in the comments below, and I'll try to incorporate those corrections into the next video. However, before we even get to that, Check the timestamps below if you want to skip to the actual reactions of the opening statements. But first, I need to just play catch up, rant, rave, and give all of my initial opinions out. How did I come to the decision that I came to, which is we are Team Karen Reed on this channel.
Was that a read?
Yes, it was.
Sorry about it. You can feel how you feel. I know this is a very decisive case. Me, myself, personally, I follow the evidence. The evidence has shown what it's shown. And if you don't know about the evidence, buckle up. Mainly because everyone I see that's anti-Karen Reed hasn't actually looked at the trial or any of the evidence. They just don't like her, which I'm like, okay, that's fine for you. You don't have to like her. Still doesn't mean she killed her boyfriend, though.
Yeah, double homicide.
Bitch.
No, I'm sorry.
So in this first section, I'm going to just break down how I came to my opinions, how I was introduced into this case, what I learned, what stood out to me, what shocks me to this day, and what new things that still have happened in this new trial. In the second trial, there shouldn't be a whole ton of changes, right? Because you've done it already. In this one, every single day, there is a new revelation that has been dropped that I'm like, why didn't we know about this in the first trial? Who was hiding that? Why are you saying this now? Why are you saying that now? It's a mess. Last warning, I talk a lot. So if you want to see something all the way through, this is not the video for you. And with all that said, let's rewind and start from the top and dive in to the largest police cover-up of the past decade. It's so hard to organize thoughts when trying to wrap your mind around this case, so I don't want to spoil too much since we're about to go through two opening arguments covering the same information again, but I do want to give a clearer frame of where I'm coming from. Yeah, of where I'm coming from. So I heard about this case last year. This channel has primarily covered the case of Sarah Catherine Boone Paulson.
He's escaping. The killer is escaping. Help me.
And the investigation of the murder of George Torres. And so that's going to be a big reference point for me, especially since I feel like these two cases are complete and opposite foils of each other's. Both people were charged with second-degree murder. However, one was so obvious she literally filmed herself killing him and laughing, but tried to convince everyone else that it was a cover-up and that none of this made sense. Meanwhile, you have another person who's charged with second-degree murder, also claiming that this is a cover-up and nothing makes sense. But the evidence against both parties could not have been more opposite. One was overwhelming, the other is overwhelmingly a cluster F of nothing. Because they didn't want to find anything in this investigation. And that's one thing we will see constantly. The police did not want to figure out what actually happened to John O'Keefe. They wanted to figure out how to prosecute Karen Reed. And you're going to see that all the evidence pans out and shows every single hole in their argument comes from them trying to pin it down to one theory rather than them investigating the murder. So, I was in the middle of Sarah Catherine Boone Paulson.
Excuse me. You're eating my peach.
And her antics when I first caught wind of this case, and I heard it was another second-degree murder, heard her name's Karen. Naturally, my bias kicked in, and I said, oh, of course, the, quote, police are framing you. Sure. All right. And I heard so many people talking about it, I was trying to avoid it, and I know there are some people who are tired of this subject already. I don't care. I looked into it, and I was floored. So when I first heard this, I heard that Karen Reed killed her boyfriend by running him over with a car and leaving him in the lawn to die. And that is what the news covered primarily, and that's what I first got from that. And I was like, oh no, yikes. How is this a police cover-up? Oh no, you definitely did this. The prosecution explains how this happened, and I was like, huh. So when I first hear those thoughts, I think, oh, she was charging at him and hit him going forward. Then you hear the prosecution say she backed into him, and that's what sent him flying into the front yard and killed him. And you're like, and well, not you're like, but I'm like, you can really back up that fast? How fast is she going to back up to do that much damage, or like to hit like that and shatter the taillight? That was their big smoking gun, is if she didn't hit him, why is her taillight smashed, and why are there plastic pieces in the front yard next to his body? Cool, that all makes sense. And then it completely falls apart as the evidence comes out more and more. So I was already thrown by her backing into him and that being the thing. I mean, I've heard people backing into people and like running them over, but not just backing in, hitting them, and then that sends them flying like that. And originally the Commonwealth was trying to say that the car was going around 20 plus miles an hour. And I thought that would be too slow at the time. Joke's on me, those experts say that to cause the injuries that John O'Keefe had, it would have to be at a much lower speed. And that if it did go at the speed the prosecution is claiming it did, he would be absolutely mangled. So then you're like, okay, they got the speed wrong. It doesn't really mean that they're wrong about the theory overall, right? That could happen, you know? But then you see the injuries on his body, and the injuries on his body were contained to his head and right arm. As in, he had 2 black eyes, 2 skull fractures or multiple skull fractures, and then abrasions on his arm that they're going to get into.
John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
But those abrasions to me look a lot like an animal attack. But the Commonwealth is arguing that those marks were because of the taillight shattering, and that's why it got in his arm. However, there was no bruising. His arm had no bruises, there were no broken bones, no fractures anywhere from the neck down. If you get hit by a car, you are bruising. You're getting bruises. It doesn't exist anywhere. And then I heard, okay, well, that's strange, but even though there are these inconsistencies, it doesn't mean it's necessarily a cover-up. It can just be, you know, inconsistencies, and the investigation will be able to explain it, and trial will answer all these questions that we will know that she actually did it. And then you find out the context of it, and it all completely changed. Because when I heard they found a dead cop in a front yard, I said, oh, she's going down. You do not kill a police officer without them trying to bring in the biggest charges imaginable and trying to really just F up your whole life. So that was the reason why she was getting charged with second-degree murder. And since my foil reference point is Sarah Catherine Boone Paulson's case,
Eating my peach.
they're both being charged with second-degree murder. In Florida, she was being charged with second-degree depraved heart murder, meaning you either intentionally meant to kill them but didn't premeditate it, or you acted with a depraved heart, which was so reckless you did not care about their human life. Perfect example is zipping your boyfriend in a suitcase while he's begging for his life and walking away. Linda heard us talking about Sarah and had to chime in. Yes. So that is how second-degree murder is defined in Florida. In Massachusetts, it's more common law, more simple. It is just an intentional killing that was not premeditated. Depraved heart doesn't have to be involved, yada, yada, yada. But they are saying she intended to kill this man. And their method and manner of death is her backing into him. Then we come to find out that there's a dead cop on the front lawn of another cop's yard. And I said, wait, what? And then the context of the night files in. So they're at this bar this night called The Waterfall. It's kind of like this cop bar. I mean, there's not really a cop bar, but cops go hang out there. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe had been bar hopping a little bit beforehand. They were drunk. Everyone here was drunk, which is another thing. Every single officer, first responder, anyone of any kind of power, authority involved in that night's event was drunk as I don't know what. Everyone was drunk driving. Now they want to focus on Karen Reed drunk driving, which I'm like, sure, yeah, bad. And just because everyone else is doing it doesn't justify you doing it. But everyone else can't wash their hands clean as if she was the only one doing something so immoral and dangerous. Everyone was on that time that night. And at midnight, when the bar's closing, everyone's like, let's keep it going back to Brian Albert's house. And Brian Albert is a police officer, Boston police officer, who is the owner of the house that John O'Keefe was found dead at. And so they went to Brian Albert's house, where I think his son was having a birthday party or some kind of celebration, who his name is Brian Albert Jr. One thing you will find out in this case, there are so many Brians, and all of them add a new twist to the story. Anyway, everyone who's hanging out there decides to keep the party going, and they're going to go over to Brian's house. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed are kind of friends-ish with the groups. They are more on the outside than anywhere. They are not Canton natives, to my understanding, and were friendly, but not full-fledged friends with the entire group. And there were a few individuals that night that kept messaging John to pressure them to come over, make sure that you're coming over, and he says, okay, cool, we're going over. Karen Reed does not want to go into the house, mainly because she is an outsider and probably would feel judged and uncomfortable. They said that night at the waterfall, she was really talking to only one person she felt comfortable with, and then being friendly with everyone else and being around John. They all also say that Karen and John were lovey-dovey that night and that everything was fine. I'm sure an argument broke out. Well, we know an argument broke out because when they get to Brian Albert's house, John wants to go in, Karen doesn't. They argue, John gets out, and this is where the defense and prosecution go at it in terms of what happened next. Everyone agrees a 3-point turn occurred. Karen Reed said she did a 3-point turn so that she could go down the road and get back home. The prosecution is saying during that 3-point turn, when she was backing up, that is when her rage-filled intentional hatred for him spewed out, and she did it to hit him and then drive away. Meanwhile, the defense says she made that 3-point turn and left, and John went inside the house, where the defense believes John got into an altercation with individuals in the house. There's a dog that lives in the house that they believe is responsible for the marks that he got on his arm, not plastic from a shattered taillight, and that something happened in there and that his body was placed on the yard. And it just so happened that that night, a blizzard more or less occurred. It's very Shakespearean in the way that weather really painted the backdrop of all of this, tonally and literally. And so that's what the defense believes. However, every person in that house, there's around 10, maybe 11 people in that house, say that John O'Keefe never walked in the house. And these are the two thesis points of the prosecution and the defense. What they're both trying to prove against. The defense is trying to say there was no car collision, so that way that couldn't have happened and he had to go in the house. And the prosecution is saying he did not go into the house, meaning he had to have gotten hit by the car, which to me shows just such a lackluster investigation, because then the police didn't even investigate the house. A few officers walked in there, but no one investigated, no one searched to see if there's any evidence that he was actually in there, that something could have occurred, that something went down. The only things they looked for from the start was how to pin it on her. And that's where Michael Proctor is introduced. And much like Abigail Williams, I saw Goody Proctor with the devil.
I saw Sarah Good with the devil! I saw Goody Osborne with the devil! I saw Bridget Bishop with the devil! Goody Proctor!
Because he has his hands in every little bit of this case, and everywhere he touched, something went missing, something went awry, something doesn't add up. Side note, it's funny because this is happening in the same state that the Salem witch trials happen. Sorry, I mean Commonwealth. And if you're an international person and don't know, Massachusetts is a commonwealth and not a state. There is absolutely zero difference between them. They're just pretentious about it. There's 4 commonwealths out of the 50 states, which are Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and Virginia. So those 4, think of states as new money, commonwealths as old money. Very pretentious, very I was here before you. Put some respect on it. So it seems like they like witch trials up there. And then you ask yourself, well, how can it be a conspiracy if all of these people would have to be in on it? But then if you put it into context that the people in that house that night, a majority were officers, law enforcement, first responders of authority who know that if something like that occurred and someone ends up injured to the point where they are incapacitated and could be on the verge of dying, they have to call the ambulance. They have to call emergency services. They have to do anything they can to revive this man. And if you believe the defense, they did nothing. So if they can't say that Karen Read did this 100%, they're all implicated in this. So then you're like, why is the prosecution, why is the Commonwealth so involved? Why is the district attorney so obsessed with prosecuting her? Well, the district attorney comes out of the woodwork and makes a statement, which is highly uncommon, where he basically defends everyone in the house and specifically an individual named Colin Albert.
This will be the first statement of its kind in my dozen years as Norfolk District Attorney. The harassment of witnesses in the murder prosecution of Karen Read is absolutely baseless. It should be an outrage to any decent person, and it needs to stop. Innuendo is not evidence. False narratives are not evidence. However, what evidence does show is that John O'Keefe never entered the home at 34 Fairview Road in Canton the night he died. Location data from his phone, recovered from the lawn beneath his body when he was transported to the hospital, shows that this phone did not enter that home. 11 people have given statements that they did not see John O'Keefe enter the home at 34 Fairview that night. 0 people have said that they saw him enter the home. 0. No one. Some have, without any evidence, pointed to 18-year-old Colin Albert, a nephew of the homeowner, and accused him of attacking John O'Keefe as he entered the home. But phone evidence shows O'Keefe never entered the home at all. Testimony from witnesses tell us that 18-year-old Colin Albert had left his uncle's home before John O'Keefe and Karen Read had arrived outside the residence. There was no fight inside that home. John O'Keefe did not enter the home. Colin Albert, the young man being vilified, was not present when Read's vehicle and John O'Keefe arrived on the street. This is a false narrative.
Which it still blows my mind how declarative that statement was. He is saying he was not there. He did not do that. It is not your job to make such bold accusations. You're supposed to prove this in court, not say it couldn't have been X person, it couldn't have been Y person because other witnesses says he didn't do it. Is that how investigations work? That if you believe every witness was there and you hold it as the gospel truth without you actually investigating it yourself? No. And the whole phone thing, that is not true either. The phone shows, there's a lot in the phone, but the phone shows there was activity after the time when the prosecution says he would have been hit by the car. And the coroner and all these other reports indicated that the initial first blow that John O'Keefe took incapacitated him fully, meaning after that hit, he was not conscious and unable to move anything else. So if she hit him with the car, he was down from that moment, could not have moved on his own. But his phone still had activity. There's this controversy of whether he took all these steps or not because it's recorded in the phone, but it's misconstrued sometimes in the way that the prosecution tries to frame it, this or that. But the evidence does not indicate he did not go into the house like the district attorney so boldly stated. So now you see when he makes such huge, bold claims, he has to follow through. You can't say that stuff and then not prosecute Karen Read and get a conviction. And he knows it. To the point where he is defending Colin Albert, who should be a nobody to the district attorney. But because he's not, because his family is so well connected, you have people all the way up there trying to defend this person before the investigation has even concluded. Wild. But back to Colin. And Colin Albert is, if you come from a small town, I come from a small town, then you know Colin Albert. You know this boy. He is that boy that you went to high school with who has a really well-connected family. And it was all the accounts mentioned that the Alberts were an extremely popular and powerful law enforcement family, had all the connections, yada, yada, yada. Well, that emboldens people like Colin Albert to act however they want to act, pick fights with whoever they want to pick fights with, and do whatever they want to do. So he had a history of getting into these kind of antics. And then you find out that him and John O'Keefe had a adversarial past where it's kind of like cliche where John was really particular about his lawn and Colin would get on his lawn sometimes just to like poke at him, and it's one of those get off my lawn you crazy kid, something like that. So they would go back and forth in little instances like that, and it is believed and confirmed that Colin Albert was in that house at some point during that evening. However, when the police interviewed all the 10-11 people in that house, they all omitted Colin Albert's name from ever being at the house that night. And all of the police reports listed everyone else's name but Colin Albert. And that makes you wonder, why is everyone trying so hard to distance this specific name from being inside the house? The two people that were the biggest arguments that were made for the people not in that house were John O'Keefe didn't go in that house and Colin Albert wasn't in that house. Sidebar, because I don't know where else to put this, but it was also rumored that after John's death, a few weeks or sometime after John's death, there were pictures taken with him and his knuckles are scuffed up. And when asked, hey, why are your knuckles bruised up so close to when John was found dead? He was like, oh, I was going up the stairs and it was icy and I was falling back, and to catch myself on the handrail, I put my fist on the handrail. You know, most people would grab it with your hand open, but our Canton King decided to just put his fist out and that was going to stop it. Again, I'm seeing this stuff and I'm like, all of this, I'm supposed to ignore all of this. Okay. And you didn't investigate that? You didn't say, why are those very fresh looking bruises on your hand? Okay. Originally. Then it comes out that he is in that house, and now they're trying to backtrack and say, well, he left before all the cop people got there, and so there was no overlap, so there was no way that even if John had gone into the house, that Colin Albert could still be there, because his cousin, who is Caitlin Albert, who is Brian Albert's daughter, allegedly took him far away. When I tell you there are so many people involved and there's just this tangled web of interconnectivity to a degree I don't think I've ever seen before. And every time I find out more and more, I'm like, of course. Of course there's another connection here. Of course the EMT firefighter who was near Karen Reed while trying to resuscitate John O'Keefe and then got on the stand saying she heard Karen Reed say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," the same thing that Jennifer McCabe said she said. When originally Jennifer McCabe said that Karen Reed said, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" But now she's saying she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," as though that was some big, humongous confession and not a woman who just found her boyfriend dead freaking the F out like a normal person would upon finding their spouse dead. And so you're like, well, this EMT has to be a neutral party. Then you find out that she is friends with Caitlin Albert, the daughter of Brian Albert. And then on the stand, and I'm not going to pull the clips yet because we're probably going to cover it in later videos, she tries to say, "I don't know her. We just go to the same school. We're just acquaintances." And then the defense is like, "Well, this is a picture of y'all at the beach together." "Well, that was just a group of us." "Well, then here's another picture at another time with y'all at the beach together." "Well, you know, we just have similar friends, but we're not friends. But here's this picture of you in a hot tub with your arms around each other." Huh. "Well, you know, it's just and then comes to find out they were on the same track team. And if anyone has been a part of any kind of team or organization, then you know the people on the team and organization. So every single little place you look where there's some sketchy evidence, sketchy recollection, sketchy work, they always seem to have a connection with the Alberts. Which then circles back to Michael Proctor, the lead investigator. The district attorney and Michael Proctor both came out up front and said, we do not, as in not we, but Michael Proctor does not have a relationship with the Alberts. That way, this is an unbiased investigation, yada, yada, yada. Everything's being done by the books. Then comes to find out they're really good friends. Michael Proctor is friends with the Alberts to the point where the grandparents or the patriarch of the Albert family, clan, whatever, said that they consider the Proctors like a second family. And you had the elected district attorney coming forward saying that, not the prosecutors, not Mr. Lally, not Mr. Brennan, the district attorney who is trying to vouch for a lie. So everyone has to pin this on Karen Reed. She has to be guilty. Or else everyone's going to ask, why did we lie about everything? And I went on a little side tangent with the EMT, but Michael Proctor was the one who set all of this in motion, as in, as soon as he took over the case, within 17 hours, he had made the decision and findings that it was Karen Reed 100%, and they were going to arrest her.
I'm being charged with second-degree murder now?
Ritual homicide and leaving the scene caused death and bodily injury.
I don't even have underwear. Can I put pants on?
Again, your parents can come over here and retrieve anything. You going to speak to me at all right now?
No.
She's more concerned when she looks like some TV. Seat there for me. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Down here.
Did you grip right? You turn left.
I gotta search you, okay? Yeah, can you pull the pockets out so I don't have to... Nothing in the pockets? Nothing in the waistband, anything?
And then later that day or evening, after Michael Proctor seizes Karen Reed's SUV, which they are now claiming is the murder weapon, only later do they ever find any broken pieces of plastic from Karen Reed's right taillight. And then you're like, well, that doesn't mean anything until you find out that all the search warrants and paperwork says he seized the car at 5:30, when actually that was the time the car arrived at the police station, the Sallyport garage where they bring in vehicles like this. That's when it arrived. It was seized at 4:12, an hour and 18-minute time difference that Michael Proctor had that car all by himself.
That's suspicious.
And then you're like, okay, well, that's not that weird. And then it comes out that the video cameras that are in the Sallyport garage happen to be missing 42 minutes right when the car is supposed to have arrived.
That's weird.
Just another happenstantial circumstance. And then when they get on the stand in the first trial,
And you want to know what else is funny?
the prosecution puts up this video, talks about it with an officer. They say, do you see this video where Michael Proctor is nowhere near the right taillight? Because the defense argues that Michael Proctor broke the taillight himself, and that's why they kept finding glass pieces or plastic pieces. And that's why they continue to find plastic pieces in Brian Albert's front lawn for the next 3 weeks to follow, even though they found none during the initial search until Michael Proctor took possession of the evidence. So then you're looking at the video and you're saying, well, he's around the left taillight, so it couldn't be. It's not what they say it is. Then, of course, the video cuts, and then he's in a different location. They're trying to say that they're all motion sensor cameras in the police department, and that's why there's these time jumps, because there just wasn't any motion, which I'm like, I feel like a police department should have 24/7 cameras running. I feel like that's kind of important. But whatever. The defense gets up there and has to tell everyone, or like forces that officer to admit, that the video the prosecution just showed was inverted.
The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
When I heard that, I said, are you kidding me? So they get up there and they show an inverted video with the correct timestamp, meaning they took the timestamp off the video, inverted it, put the timestamp back on it, and then showed it to the jury as if it were the proper orientation. So the defense has to invert it to its correct orientation, and would you look at that, Michael Proctor looks like he's walking right towards the right rear taillight, the taillight in question. Do you think they tried to, take accountability or try to cover up it? No, they said, well, I didn't lie because I was just talking about the events that were in the video, which are the same. The orientation doesn't matter. I mean, the things still happen that were in the video. Like, we're stupid. And AJ actually says that.
You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. Can you read the date and timestamp on this, Chiron?
I cannot know.
It's because it's backward, correct? Does that appear to be backward?
Based on me recognizing some of the digits, it does appear to be backwards.
It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said. So, in point of fact, Sergeant, when you were asked previously whether the prior video fairly and accurately depicted what you recall as it pertains to the SUV and the Sallyport, that was not quite true, correct?
The way I understood the question is what I'm watching accurately depicts what's taking place. It is. Just because it's a mirror image doesn't mean that it's not recording what the actions and what is transpiring.
A mirror image video is not a true and accurate depiction of what's depicted in a scene.
I think it just is a mirror image of what's taken place. It's still documenting the activity that's taken place.
Or if someone walks to the left rear of the vehicle versus the right rear of the vehicle, those two things will be switched, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you talked about the inverted video appeared, for all intents and purposes, to show Michael Proctor stay away from the right rear taillight, walk all the way around, and position himself to the left rear taillight.
It appeared that that is what was happening, but he was standing next to the taillight that was already damaged.
In the corrected video, which is this one, it actually shows unequivocally that Michael Proctor walked directly to the right rear taillight portion of this SUV, correct?
Yes.
As if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same, or is it exactly opposite?
So then you hear shady business after shady business. Then you come to find out that the night in question, Brian Higgins, another Brian who is an important character to all of this, who was also drinking that night and drinking at Brian Albert's house, at 1:30 happens to go to the police department in the middle of the night. Everyone says they've been drinking all night. He admits he's not a beer drinker. He's been drinking whiskey all night. So after drinking whiskey all night, this person decides to go to the Canton Police Department, where he's not even a Canton police officer. He's an ATF agent, alcohol, tobacco, firearms, to go skulking through the hallways of the police department, looking like a straight up school move some things around and then leave. His excuse was that the blizzard was incoming and that he had to go move some vehicles just, happenstantially at 1:30 in the morning, when the prosecution argues 12:30 is when this collision apparently occurred. So John O'Keefe would have been dead already in the front lawn, and all of those 10 people after the time of 12:30, they all did not leave Brian Albert's home until after that time. None of them said they saw a body on the front lawn, which maybe one or two people, you can get away with that, but 10 individuals saying they never saw a body that was allegedly on the front lawn since 12:30, it doesn't make any sense. So Brian Albert is mobilized and moving all around. He instantly got sobered up, I guess, to be able to have that much cognition to do these things at 1:30. Then it also happens around that time, there's a phone call between Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. So the Bryans are talking back and forth for 22 seconds and then calling back. However, on the stand, they said that never happened. We never made these phone calls. They were caught in the lie. And so then they had to come up with an excuse for this. And the excuse everyone that night has are butt dials.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that, though.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
You had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
They didn't actually have a phone call because it was a butt dial. And who else had that same excuse? Jennifer McCabe. We will definitely do a dive-in breakdown of her. However, She inserted herself in a lot of this. She was messaging John O'Keefe when they were pulling up and telling him to pull up behind her car, and she was standing at the top window. She says she could see them pulling up. However, she didn't hear a crash, she didn't see a body in there, she didn't notice nothing, even though she was right there and can see with perfect clarity that the car was there. So obviously Karen did it, but didn't see the actual body there the entire night. But what they did find out is that within the span of 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, she called John's phone 6 or 7 times. The defense posits that they were searching for his phone, that if he had gone inside the house that night and something did happen and they did need to make moves happen, they needed to find out where his phone is. And that would make sense why you call someone 6 times in a row in the span of 10 to 15 minutes. But of course, Miss McCabe says it was a butt dial.
Searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
That's suspicious.
They all also say that they didn't coordinate their stories, even though there was a secret meeting that happened. We don't have time for that yet.
That's weak.
So aside from Jennifer McCabe's butt dials, it just so happens that when she goes home and with around the time, these are 2 different locations, Brian Higgins is at the police department having butt dial no conversations with Brian Albert. Jennifer McCabe is pacing randomly in her home according to her Google location information, phone, yada, yada, yada. Then it shows in the Cellbrite report, phone extraction, that at 2:27:26, she makes the Google search for Haas Long to die in cold.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She meant to say how long to die in cold. However, that is the most cryptic as Google search I've ever heard. And this is after the time John O'Keefe would have died and been in the front lawn, according to the prosecution's theory. Why on earth would she make that Google search at that time? As you learn more and more and more, it becomes less and less about Karen Read whatsoever and becomes a defense, basically, of everyone who is involved in there. Why is all the evidence handled in the worst way possible? Why are you using leaf blowers at the crime scene, which if there was plastic at the location, would have blown the plastic everywhere?
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
And at this point, the ground is white from the snow, so the red from the taillight would have been as obvious as can be. But no, only weeks later are they finding more and more pieces.
And you'll also agree that this video was taken before any taillight material was ever found at 34 Fairview.
Then you find out they collected blood with red Solo cups at the scene.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
We bagged the 6 samples and transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
I'm like, y'all didn't give an F about this. You were not trying to find out what happened. You were trying to make something happen, make something look a certain way, and to get the questions answered that you know you're going to be asked. And at no point did you ask yourselves what really happened to John O'Keefe, because none of it adds up. And there's just more and more. I can go on forever, and I will at some point. But the thing that 100% sold it to me, it shouldn't have, but it did, that this was a cover-up, was that after the whole thing went down, 4 months after he dies, Brian Albert gets rid of his dog.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years. Is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can use
2023.
whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May.
Just months after the incident that we're discussing.
They don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed?
Rehomed.
Rehomed.
Was rehomed.
So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car.
Gets rid of the dog. And if there is one thing I know about white people and their dogs, child, especially a dog that's been in their house for over 7 years, you are not giving up your dog for no reason. Unless there was literally an incident, an attack, or a medical issue that could be unavoided. But no, Chloe gets rehomed. Chloe becomes Cora, can't find the dog. Just so happens. But yeah, as soon as I heard they got rid of the dog, afterwards I said, nope, you're involved in some way. If you were innocent, the first thing you'd want to do is say, here, look at my dog's mouth. See how these could not possibly have been the cause of the abrasions on his arm? It had to be plastic. But no. But I think at this time I have to force myself to stop so that we can actually get into the opening statements. But just so you know, where I'm coming from is I kept finding these out little bits at a time, again and again and again. And at a certain point, it's like,
I have doubts.
how dumb am I supposed to be in order to see this for what the prosecution is saying it is?
As if we're stupid.
Because it don't make no damn sense. So that's why now we are going to transition into looking at the defense's opening statements, because they do a very clear and concise job of laying out the timeline and what they think happens. And I'll give my opinions on things as we go along. Sorry if that was a lot, but here we go for real this time.
Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did.
I know, I'm so sorry. I know we just got started, but I just have to say, that is how you open an opening statement, okay? That is what I'm talking about. This is David Yannetti, one of Karen Reed's lawyers. He played more first chair in the first trial and now has been taking more of a second chair, second seat kind of role in the second trial, but he's great. I like to compare him with Alan Jackson, as in David Yannetti gives you that Law and Order SVU type drama, and Alan Jackson gives you that Suits type drama. And it'll make more sense as they go on. Okay, but now I'm gonna let it play for a while.
You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it is truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial. From a very early juncture in this case, You will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case. You will question the quality of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You will question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You will question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, a family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing.
And that was another part that really sold it for me. How do you have a dead cop outside, literally underneath your window, firefighters, EMT, lights flashing, people yelling, all the noise in the world happening, moving around, loud, 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 and Brian Albert doesn't come out of his house the entire night? No. Especially when it's your house. There's no way. It's one thing if you were a neighbor who decided to stay inside and didn't do anything. It's your house. They're on your front lawn. But like Mr. Yannetti said, no one was ever treated as a suspect. And that would be one thing. Like, it would be more persuasive if you actually investigated everyone else and then said, oh, everything pans out that it was Karen Reed. No, they asked some questions, but it was more to fill in the story rather than to get a clear picture of the story. And I feel bad because you can see John O'Keefe's parents in the background because this courtroom is so small, but right over Yannetti's left shoulder are John O'Keefe's father and mother. And the O'Keefes definitely believe Karen is guilty, which is heartbreaking, but I can get it. And what I mean by that is, it is still a small town vibe area community. It is way easier, and if you've been from a small town, you know this, it is way easier for others to convince you from that same area than those, quote, on the outside. You can say, no, those are the people, they don't get it. You've known me for generations. You know we would never do anything to John. It was her. It was all her, and we're going to take you step by step and tell you why it was her. And grieving families need, want, and require answers of some kind when trying to cope and trying to rationalize what just happened. So when you have everyone of authority who is claiming to be your friend and supporter around you telling you she did it, then it would only make sense that you would hold on to that. And they also believe that because a lot of weird things happened the day of when he was found, and so they said that she said some weird things like, I guess you're never going to see me again, or something like that. And I'm like, why would you blame her for anything she said on that day when that is the most extreme day anyone can go through? It's the same thing of like, I wouldn't blame anything that the O'Keefes said that day either, because they're saying it under a very distressing time. But that's their prerogative. They have their history with her, and they have been satisfied with the evidence they've received to come to that conclusion. As an objective third party who doesn't know anyone involved in this case, I don't see it that way. It doesn't mean I'm 100% correct, but it just means that I don't come from a clouded perspective like someone who's actively involved would be. So, all my empathy and support goes out to the O'Keefes. I hope they find solace. I hope they are moving forward. And more than anything, I hope they actually find out what happened to their son. Because to this day, we still don't know. Even if she's convicted, it's all inconclusive still. It's not a clear cut, this is what happened. It is this is the story we decided to tell and it worked out in our favor. But Officer O'Keefe deserves more than that. And the defense investigated this case with more integrity and more thoroughly than anyone in Canton. And just like Yannetti said, it seems apropos that the center of this investigation, the person who should have been the most involved, and if you want to draw the parallels, should have been Canton, should have been Boston Police Department. Well, not Canton, they had to recuse themselves. But you had a police officer stay inside all night while someone is dead on their front lawn. That is the biggest metaphor for this entire investigation. Because at the end of the day, they forgot about the body entirely and have focused solely on her.
His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, and an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing. And first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that morning. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on.
Which was crazy to me because they really didn't try to seal anything, do anything from any kind of professional and proper protocol perspective. Alliteration. Because from the very beginning, Canton Police Department recused themselves. It makes sense. It's right there. And Canton Police Officer Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brothers. Now, there's three of the Albert brothers involved in this. Brian Albert, homeowner, Kevin Albert, Canton police officer, and Chris Albert, who is Colin Albert's father, and he's also in law enforcement, but I think a little higher up. I can't remember his position right now. So they all work in the same field. If Kevin Albert is getting all this behind the scenes information, do you really think that he wasn't immediately sharing that to his brother, Brian Albert, and relaying, hey, I know you had a case where everyone was on your front lawn and you didn't come out. Don't worry, I got you covered. Here, I'm going to talk to this investigator, and this investigator. And I won't pull clips for everything, but for here and there when I can find them. And I have clips from supporters that I've been watching this case through. So you'll see creators like Emily D. Baker, Natalie Lawyer Chick, Lawyer You Know, attorney Larry, is it Foreman? Used to be DUI guy, Runkle the Bailey, etc., Robin Lumber. So you'll see clips from a lot of random people, but I will try to cite my sources, at least put their face up there with their handle there, so that you can check them out after this video.
Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone. Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Serif is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well.
That's too much information for Kevin Albert to have about this case when he's supposed to be completely recused from it. He shouldn't have any information on the case whatsoever.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, Yuri and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Why would this be a bad idea? Because then he can contact those witnesses, talk to them, and help them to coordinate their statement. And I'm not saying that he did do that or he would do that, but there is the appearance that he can do that. And anyone investigating a case with the eye towards a defense attorney looking at the discovery and tearing it apart and then presenting it to a jury on cross-examination would know that that's a really bad idea. And then if you read it in a more malicious way, it could be evidence of an actual cover-up that all this information is flying about that really should not be with people that are supposed to be recused from the case.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Do you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews
Objection.
and forward them to his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind?
Never.
Which is a terrible admission. It's awful. He thinks it's fine, being like, no, I trusted him. I would never doubt him. That means you're not having an unbiased investigation. That means you're not looking at this with an objective eye, trying to see every position from every angle to see what actually happened. No, your buddy, who is the brother to the man at hand, and you don't think twice about it. That is an exemplar of every officer in this investigation.
Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind and focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet.
Which completely floored me when I first heard this.
Looking for, as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone.
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
Is that yes or no?
Did not, no.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the, quote, retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No nudes so far.
No nudes so far.
It's like, you kind of have an inkling that there are shady cops who would do stuff like that, but I never really thought of that officers would go through people's phones, one, without a warrant, two, with the nefarious intent of looking for nude photos. I was under this false assumption that, you seize the phone, you have the search warrant, then someone else goes through it, or you have a tech person who comes in to do it. But no, it makes complete sense that police officers would just have access to it. And do we honestly trust everyone with a badge to not abuse that power to do things like this? And this is a casual thing. This is before he actually started tampering with the evidence. Well, not before, but before he really ramped things up. So we'll look at a few messages that you've already heard, but it's just like, wow.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question.
Oh boy.
Oh goodness, the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this. Answer, nope.
We're going to be
Next text.
here a while.
He's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
Sounds like it to me. Chat, let me know what you
it's just
think.
saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
And
Yes.
you've never walked
To your
into the house.
satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
haven't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene. Rights.
Honestly.
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
it shows that he's already determined that Brian Albert did absolutely nothing wrong, and 100% this is on Karen Reed.
Karen Reed was a whack job.
Oh, he's
right?
just leaned all the way in.
What did you write after that? 0 chance she skates. She's fucked. Right?
Oh God, he just leans in.
And the only reason we have any of this is because the FBI got involved. And I don't think I brought that up at all, which is another huge selling point for why I think this is a cover-up, because the FBI caught wind of all this and investigated the investigation. And normally, like Mr. Yannetti said, he thought he would never get those text messages because normally you wouldn't. But when the FBI comes up to you and says, hand me your phone, you hand them your phone. Well, unless you're Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, but we'll put a pin in that. But after the FBI imaged all these people's phones, even after they were allowed to delete some things, but they got a hold of these messages, and when they reached out to the defense and prosecution, because after the FBI concluded their initial discovery phase, they thought they had a legal, moral, ethical obligation to reach out to both sides, given that this case, this first trial, was ongoing in the middle of the FBI investigation. Just another shady thing of normally you would never go to trial on a case when there's an investigation by the FBI into the investigation of that case. It's just crazy because anything could happen, right? But no, the judge pushed this through anyway and made the first trial happen, and the FBI had a representative, and even during this second trial, I can guarantee you, the FBI has had a representative in that courtroom every single day, watching and seeing who lied about what. Because in the first trial, we found several people who admitted to lying to the FBI. And something tells me that just because they haven't done anything now doesn't mean the FBI is not going to loop around and tie off some loose ends after this is over. Just another reason why their lives depend on them pinning it on Karen Reed, or else a true shitstorm erupts.
That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You will learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question.
Oh boy.
Oh goodness, the homeowner's gonna get some shit for this. Answer, nope, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs.
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Absolutely.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I said before, we followed the facts in the.
You absolutely treated them differently. They offered you gifts, the Alberts. They offered you gifts, and you asked for gifts for your wife.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Oh, what?
Yes.
Courtney Proctor. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. Thank you for what? Thank you for not implicating our family. Thank you for making sure there was no blowback on us, members of law enforcement. Thank you for making sure that it was Karen Reed, no matter what. That's what that sounds like.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
A
Referring
gift.
to a gift. for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
Fucking, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Because I try for these to be more informative and I try to control my potty mouth. But get the F out of here, man. Get out of here with that. Whereas with Karen Reed, you're calling her a C word. There's definitely a difference in treatment here.
Evidence, an open mind.
Did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase,
Liar.
an outsider?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton?
No, not at all.
Not family,
Liar.
not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, you're such a liar because you talk about her accent and everything.
So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
Oh, they've got so much ammunition.
You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight,
Now that is how you read a because damn. He said, "You old, senile, about to retire, Doug Dimmadome, weak knees, dusty, bad credit, barnyard, buck-tooth beaver with glaucoma and a sheriff's badge." And then lets it sit there. Let it sit there. I had to go count. He let it sit there for 3 seconds. To be accurate, 3.23 seconds. Just to let that sit there. This old, raggedy-ass officer, a week after the mosaic of other plastic was found. Just wow. I don't know. That got me. Good on you.
an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight.
Was that a read?
Yes, it was.
He supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's home. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all.
Now he's about to break down and get into the timeline of what happened leading up to her finding John. However, during this little time period gap, after she drops him off and goes back to her place, she calls him and leaves voicemails on his phone. And it starts out, and the prosecution tried to lean real heavy into this, with her being upset and angry, being like, F you, you're a pervert, I'm here with your kids, your niece, your nephew, you're not here, and you're out there, you're cheating on me, you're this, you're that. And then throughout them, it transitions from that anger to like just that neutral and then sheer panic of where are you, why are you not responding? So the prosecution wants to lean in on that first half of obviously that proves how malicious and upset she was. But I'm like, you would have to be a pretty trained, dedicated, skilled performer to continually call to have those kind of voicemails at the level that they were. It's one thing to try to cover your tracks and, you know, I'm going to leave a call, I'm going to make some text and be like, oh, isn't this something to divert, da 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 da. But it was a very organic transition from anyone who has been into a fight and then gotten worried about someone, and the transition from your last emotion being heightened and angry to now it's heightened and terrified. I just wanted to put that out there because that happened in between this little block, and I know the prosecution brings it up, but I don't know if they do in this one. Also, something that has always floored me is all the finding of the plastic again and again and again. If she backed into him and then drove to her house, if they were smart about it, wouldn't they want to make little literal breadcrumbs of plastic down the road leading to her house? Because if you shatter a taillight, all the glass is not going to break out at once, and that's just it. It's all in that one contained area. A big chunk and a lot of it would go there, and then there would be little chips flying off the whole time while she's driving back home. But no, it's all there. The taillight shattered. It dumped everything, 45 pieces in the yard. I don't know if we're there yet, but whatever.
He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus, and she backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house, you will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been.
And I'm more inclined to trust that account because his wife was in the house that night. So he would have all the motive and desire and probably the pressure in order to say that he never went in there and that the taillight was broken and that he shouldn't even give a statement or whatever. But he gave the statement of he saw what he saw, and he didn't see the taillight broken, and he didn't see John outside.
Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29th, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, and not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m.
And this is huge for me, like absolutely major. And even though it doesn't have anything to do with the actual alleged incident that allegedly occurred, it has everything to do with what was happening around it and people's mental states at that time. Good old Jennifer McCabe, Jenny from the suburb block, Jenny decided that she was going to message him before, Mr. O'Keefe, before they showed up there, and then butt dialed him allegedly, 5, 6, 7 times within the span of 10 to 15 minutes. And then hours later makes this Google search of Haas long to die in cold. And she misspelled it every time. She never got it right once. Haas long to die in cold. Then it was like how long T die in gold. And then she corrected herself and went back to her original misspelling of Haas long to die in cold. Question for the class. Raise your hand if you've ever Google searched how long it takes to die in the cold. I'm sure some people have. I'm sure most haven't, because why would you? And it's one thing if you found out, you know, a fun fact here, a fun fact there, but I mean like Google searched it randomly middle of the night. And I've searched random things in the middle of the night, like does random chest pain at 2 a.m. mean I have cancer? You're going to have questions at weird times. I get that. Not for something so specific and so relevant that you would make the exact same search hours later and have it be a completely innocent search. The fact that she wants us to believe her lying lips over literally a Cellbrite algorithm technology information system that is used by the FBI, CIA, and almost every law enforcement agency around the country. I'm gonna go with Cellbrite. That's just me though. Over the person who has only things to gain by you believing she made the 6:30 searches, but not the 2:30 a.m. search. And then to lie about something that is so blatantly obvious and not even bat an eye at it. Nope, I didn't do it. Cellbrite will have to tell you.
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
But the 624 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 227, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
They messed up. It's not my phone's fault. And she's also one of the ones who deleted things off of her phone before even turning it over. Deleting calls, deleting messages.
You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Why?
Did you look at the extraction report, the Cellbrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Because he didn't want to.
Yeah.
But also, to be fair, this investigation has been so sloppy. Some of this really could just be he didn't really read it.
I'm not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area, meaning?
No.
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Cellbrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
It all looks guilty AF. And I'm not going to pull this clip right now, but she asks one of the officers at the time when they were asking for her phone, oh, can I delete messages with my kids or something like that? Something that she believed was private. Okay, but also, no. If you were treated genuinely as a suspect, you could have told your kids anything. Sorry, mom's going to be home late because I have to go cover up a dead body. Don't tell anyone, though. Like, no. I bet you $1 million they would not have let Karen Reed delete some messages before handing over her phone. And Jennifer McCabe was one of the people in the house that night. That's what makes this all wild. If you're innocent, you don't need to lie about it. And when Jackson confronted her in the trial, I was just like, how are we going around in circles with this?
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia. You Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled it. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
And that's another huge part of it for me. If it was just an innocent happenstance, or if it was just a mess up and somehow the report didn't see it and why are there two searches within 30 seconds of each other? Like he said, that pull up the exact same search result. If you type that in, it's going to say, did you mean how long to die in the cold? And it's going to show you those search results. Only if you got knocked off the page or something like that would you need to retype it in. And she's not saying that's what happened. She's saying she never made it at all. And it's also just the placement of them, which is so weird as well. It's not how long to die in cold, how long to die in cold, how long T die in. It is how long again. So it's completely intentional. There's no way that accidentally happens. If they were back to back, then you have some room to say there was some glitch and it just did the search twice, or it did the search delayed and yada yada yada. But no, that other incorrect spelling in between it just sandwiches it together and makes me believe that it was intentional. And when she's trying to explain why'd you do it, and she's just saying, well, Karen Reed was grabbing my arm. She was telling me to search it up. She was telling me this, and she was being right. She's like annoyed at how much Karen Reed was freaking out.
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
Why do it again, Miss McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
Why would she be annoyed? I mean, you put yourself in her shoes. Imagine it's 2:27 in the morning and you know you just were part of a group who left a man out in the front lawn to die. Freaking out, high adrenaline, trying to figure out what answers. You need to know how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, so I need to know how long I have to get stuff together. Because it goes overlooked, and I don't think they've really dug into it. But the fact that when Karen Reed up ass crack early in the morning looking for him, Jennifer McCabe, she's up, she's alert, she's ready to go? Hell no. But yeah, if you had searched at 2:30 in the morning and you were really freaking out at that time, by the time 6 a.m. hits, you are not going to be freaking out as much as someone who just found out that John O'Keefe is dead is going to. So I bet you are aggravated that she is still freaking out because you already had time to freak out. You freaked out so much you went to Google. There's just like a disingenuous... Thank you, Linda. Exactly. There's just such a disingenuous nature to all of this that I don't believe any of it.
You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying there. Not one.
Which is absolutely outrageous, right? I mean, like, go to your window right now. Look outside your window and look down, no matter how low it is. You would notice a 6 foot plus 200 plus pound man sprawled out on your lawn, outside your door, on the floor, wherever. You're going to see it. And it's one thing if one person didn't see it, but every person in that house that left after the time he would have allegedly already been hit? No. What, because that's 6+ different types of people, different heights, weights, sobrieties, planes, vision. There's so many different variables, and none of it would explain how all of them missed him. Because he wasn't there.
And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street. for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him, and the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Loughran also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Loughran saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Proctor, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th.
And that's another great point. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time on it, but yeah, they found this other Brian, because there's so many Brians in this, but he is a completely neutral third party. He is just a snowplow driver, not just a snowplow driver, but a snowplow driver who was doing his job. As we know, there was an incoming blizzard over the course of the night, so he was doing his job preemptively to make sure that the roads were prepared for the next day. And he says he goes by that house 2-3 times, never sees a body out there. So add that to the list of people who, I don't know, all would have to be under unique, hyper-specific circumstances that prevented them from seeing a body on the front lawn. But what he did see was that Ford Edge, which, if you want to go down the conspiracy road, if there's no body on the lawn and no one sees the body on the lawn at a time, the snowplow driver doesn't see a body going back and forth, then sees a Ford Edge on one of the last passes and leaves, and now there's a body on the front lawn. How did the body get there? It would make sense if you got in a fight in the house and they carried his body in the truck, someone's Ford Edge truck, maybe around the back. I think there might have been a basement entry. I have no idea. And then only after that Ford Edge is in front of that house and leaves is the body out there. I don't know. And they don't investigate any of this whatsoever? No. And again, I feel real bad for the O'Keefes. Like, I can see his mom in the background getting emotional. And I get it. It's hard. If you think someone is lying and you think that they did kill your child, and you have to hear about these conspiracy and this and that, it's going to be hard to hear, because in your mind you have such a very clear, crystal clear truth of this has to be it, because I need it to be it. But how many times, which they'll have to ask themselves in the future, how many times have they have to deny things, ignore things, explain things away in order to make their story make sense, and not seeing the evidence for what it is? But we all go on our own journeys with that. I'm hoping after this case and they do not drop this and they do an even more thorough investigation and that family does get the answers that they are entitled to. And people have to be on the stand and answer for themselves and not try to scramble to piece together a story that falls apart anytime you blow on it.
Was that a read?
Yes, it was.
You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call.
Should she suffer? All right, clap if you think she should suffer. When will it stop? No.
You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home.
Which is crazy in and of itself for me. I'm going to restart the chronological order. But she gets to her house at 2:12 in the morning. And the last time you messaged / called John O'Keefe was 12:50 / you were messaging them at 12:30, 12:15, all these things to get them to come over. And over 2 hours later, you never messaged Karen asking, hey, where's John? I thought you all were here. Hey, where's John? You never once checked on that? No? Okay. And then I guess you left whenever you left and still didn't see a body. And then you went home. You would have no reason to go from bar hopping to a house party to home, and in the between that time, search house long to die in cold. Doesn't add up. But Wendy Williams just showed us an example of what 22 seconds looks like, and you can definitely have a conversation within 22 seconds. And he lied about the calls that we talked about earlier, but they definitely did call each other back. They did have the butt dials, and he's on camera seen walking down the Canton Police Department. So why would you say that you left and you went home and you saw your wife and you didn't know until you were awoken, but have cameras, text messages, and phone logs that say otherwise?
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
You had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
And at this point, how many officers and people involved have we heard blatantly lie on the stand without blinking? And it's what I've been saying the whole time. The more that you look at this case and the more you learn, the less it actually gets about Karen Read. Once you hear all the facts and the evidence, how it's handled, what happened when, who was where, very, very little of it has to do with Karen Read. We know exactly where she was. She went to the bar, she dropped him off, she went home. Nothing's hidden. She got it. The only hidden search or call or something that was deleted that they found for her was her the day of looking for a DUI lawyer. And this was after the whole day has happened. You know, she's getting the vibe that they're going to blame it on her. Why? Because she's the biggest outsider, and her only connection point to these people is now dead. Of course, she's going to think they're going to put it on her. And then even that search explains or shows her mens rea and shows that it's not second-degree intentional murder because she's looking for a DUI lawyer. And she still found Mr. Yannetti, but that means her intention was they are going to think that I was drinking and driving, because you all were, and they're going to pin this on me and saying I did this because I was reckless and yada, yada, yada. That does not show signs of a guilty conscience to me, and is the biggest reason why you're never allowed to bring that up in trial, which of course these prosecutors did, and it was in the last trial where they made it seem nefarious for her to reach out to counsel. You're not allowed to infer or tell the jury that someone is guilty for reaching out to a lawyer, talking to a lawyer, consulting a lawyer anytime, because that is not indicative of guilt. That is indicative of some shit might go down. But aside from that, all of her actions are accounted for. Everyone else, holes here, holes there, deleted phones, phones missing, dogs missing. Yeah, I'm never going to let the dog thing go. I need her. Bring her in. She needs to be the 11th hour surprise witness. Put her on the stand. Have her bark for her life, and let's just see the claws.
You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Read anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever.
Well, sir, that pause kind of helps us determine what your answer is.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough.
plus.
A person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour.
High speed.
So I can't recall right now.
The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Chloe was rehomed in May
And we can
2023.
use whatever words we want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May.
Just months after the incident we were discussing. They don't have it anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what would you call it?
Giving it up for adoption, I guess? I don't know. I'm not a pet owner.
What if they didn't give it up for adoption?
Rehomed?
Rehomed.
Rehomed.
Was rehomed.
So it's no longer with them, right?
Correct. They no longer own the dog.
Okay, so they got rid of it. It's like you get rid of a car, right? Right?
You can get rid of a car.
They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was no body there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. The Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere.
Was that a read?
Yes, it was.
He's just so subtle with it. I love it. But yes, Brian Higgins and Karen Reed had a little flirtation thing for a quick little second because the accounts show that Karen is a very, easily gets jealous. And I think they had an infidelity in their past history or something. So now she thinks he's always cheating. And in this first trial, they try to make a whole big thing of this Aruba trip, how a whole group of them went to Aruba. Everyone gets drunk. She comes down, she sees him all over this girl. Turns out the girl is like a childhood friend, like one of those sister types, and there was nothing weird going over there. But Karen comes over and chews her out, and so everyone in the group doesn't like Karen because one, she's always still the little bit of the outsider, and they think she's crazy because she thinks that John's cheating on her with anyone, yada, yada, yada. So then fast forward a month, here and there, things happen. I think she thinks John's cheating again. She thought he was cheating up until the day he died. That happens. People are jealous in relationships. Still didn't mean you killed him. But she kissed him or something, and then they were texting. And it was flirty, but then she ghosts him. So she ghosts him for, I think, over 7 days. I think she started ghosting him on the 23rd, and then John was killed on the 29th. And this is important because when she shows up that night at the bar, in the past, when they were messaging, she had indicated that there's some rough patches between her and John and basically gave the insinuation that there could be a door open if someone, and then Brian Higgins is like, oh, I never thought, a girl like you would be into a guy like me, and da-da-da-da. So he's probably, like most people would be, in his feelings after getting ghosted, after it seemed like she initiated, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it was co-initiated, but he got vibes that she was interested. She was giving vibes she was interested. Then her and John patch things up. They're back together. She ghosts Brian, so stops leading him on, which is still ghosting. I'm sure with this case, we're going to have a whole big ghosting discussion, but we'll put a huge pin in that and circle back in another video. But she decides to ghost him. Then they show up at the waterfall, and Brian Higgins is there with the other group of people. Karen and John show up, and Karen completely ignores him still. Not the best choice, not the best decision, what have you, but it's her choice. So she ignores him. Everyone agrees that her and John were lovey-lovey all night because, apparently they had their fights here and there. Then they were making up and everything was good. Then, because John wanted to keep going to that party, they had another blow-up incident outside of Brian Albert's house, where, based off of the voicemail she left, I guess she thought he was going in there to cheat, which, I mean, it doesn't quite make sense. But when you're already in that headspace, you're going to see that everywhere. So that's what Mr. Yannetti means with they started a thing, but it didn't go anywhere, because it literally never went anywhere. They didn't hook up, they didn't go on a date. It was like a kiss and some flirty texts and then stopped. He messages her at the waterfall, like wondering why she's, still ignoring him. She still ignores him. Then he's one of the people who also messages John, encouraging him to come over to Brian's later that night. Brian Albert, because there's just so many Brians. And so that's where more of this conspiracy drums up. And then video footage at the waterfall shows Brian Higgins and Brian Albert roughhousing a little bit, just fighting, like taking stances like they're going to wrestle each other. You know that type. It's pretty harmless in and of itself. But given the context of what happened and what's alleged to have happened, it paints a mindset people were in. And it's very strange that so many individuals on that night, despite not being close friends with him in the past, encouraged him to go over. I believe Jen McCabe, Brian Higgins, Chris Albert, I think they all messaged him in some iteration to encourage him, if not more people. I'm not saying I thought it was a premeditated thing, but it didn't feel genuine to me based off of where John and Karen sat in relation to the other group members socially. And another note for the roughhousing little thing, Brian Albert has been known in the past to just, knock people out when he gets drunk and to get in fights with people because he was like a former boxer or something. So he is always on that time. And that's only important because when you're thinking of if John did go in the house, then he has all his ops are there. Unknown ops, Colin Albert, his face-to-face op there. They try to distance him, saying they were never in the same house at the same time. I don't believe it whatsoever. That's just me. Sidebar, because I don't really know where to put this in, and this is just a rumor I heard, and whenever I bring up rumors on the channel, it's just to posit a new idea, not to confirm any validity or to say that this is what happens, just to present other ideas out there. We don't take them as facts, but it does add complexity and intrigue to what's going on. So while editing, I found this picture that was online of Colin. It says it was 2 weeks after John's death. Now the picture says that there was some swelling on his right eye, and I see a little puffiness here and there. I'm not necessarily going to attribute that to the fight. However, what is more terrifying to me are these cryptic cult-ass tattoos. Because both of them, they have to be related because they're both the same tattoo, and it's like a family crest inside with the word Albert at the bottom. And I don't have any tattoos myself. I love Ink Master, so I'm obsessed with it. But for the tattoo people out there, tell me, Colin on the left, does it look like his tattoo is fresher or more recent than the person's tattoo on the right? And if so, and if the tattoo Colin got is newer, him getting a family crest tattoo over his heart 2 weeks after a cop died on a front lawn that he was then separated and placed far away from the scene. Not John's body, but Colin became a myth of that night. And no one really knows what he did, but everyone knows he didn't do this and he wasn't there that night. That's the only consistency in the story. So we have no idea what he actually did after he left. I mean, he testified to some stuff, but we don't know what actually happened. And so the rumor tops off with the belief that maybe this was some sort of initiation thing to earn the tattoo. I don't believe that, but I do believe that it could have been a symbol of something, of we're going through the biggest shit our family has to go through in modern times. So we need to make sure that everyone puts our family first above everything else. So maybe not an initiation, but a confirmation of loyalty in my mind. But yeah, I brought this up because I thought it was interesting. People are wondering, how could so many people be involved? How could so many people lie on the stand? How could they do this? How could they do that? And then when you look at their family culture, it is literally Albert above all else. Albert over the heart above all else. Of course they would lie on the stand if they felt compelled to, with this kind of branded loyalty. And I don't know if this is a family tradition, but does that mean that Brian Albert, Chris Albert, and Kevin Albert also have these tattoos? Because if so, I don't trust a thing they have to say about anything. Anyway, just thought that was interesting. And to be clear, I'm not saying it's true, but he's in there. Then Brian Higgins, who is probably just being fake to him, especially since you've been messaging his girl behind the scenes with the intention of getting with her. Something tells me you're not as close as you're now trying to portray yourself to be. So you had your secret op there too. And then you have Brian Albert, who's just ready to swing on sight. And then you have the dog Cleo, Chloe, Cora, whoever, who doesn't like strangers, and you just keep piling it up and up and up, and you just see a whole stage set for chaos. And some beliefs are people were trying to get him over, and Brian Higgins was trying to get him to come over so that Karen can come over, and then maybe they could talk, and he could stop ignoring her, and they could see what got.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence, and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
But yeah, it's just so messy, and there's so many people who had different mindsets, potential motives that would be obvious to anyone who's not connected to this case. Obviously, if there was a flirtationship between the alleged killer and someone who was at the house and near the victim the entire night, you would also look into them to see if they had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit the act. And when you look at it, every single one of them in that house that night had the motive, the means, and the opportunity to be involved in whatever happened, because we still don't know for sure. But what I do know is that what the prosecution is saying still doesn't add up.
But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are.
And that's also huge, right? Like, this isn't the case of Sarah versus George, where there was consistent domestic violence from both sides throughout the relationship. So when she turned out to be a vicious, disgusting, cruel, vengeful, evil, spiteful murderer, it wasn't that shocking. This, when there's no violence from other side ever, and then to go from 0 to 100 in a violent rage, intentional rage-filled assault, murder attempt, whatever you want to call what that would be, out of nowhere, after having a good night, it just doesn't quite add up. And I think that's a reason why they held her under psychiatric hold, to make it seem like, oh, she's just insane, so she snapped, you can't believe anything she says, she's crazy, yada, yada, yada. No, it doesn't quite comport for me.
You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. The homeowner's a Boston cop, too. So, folks, the trial is now about to start, and that witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right, and that is the defense's opening statements from the first trial. Now, just to decompress a little bit before we move on to the opening statements from the second trial. But yeah, I like this overall. I thought Mr. Yannetti did a fantastic job in general. The ending was a little weak for me. I was like, okay, you can wrap this up. But in general, knocked it out of the park for me. This is such an ambitious opening. I can't stress that. So they're running a third-party culprit defense, which is, I didn't do it, this person did it. But those are very hard to pull off in general, just because of all the foundation you have to set in order to be able to just point the finger. You can't just pick someone out of a crowd and just say they did it. You have to actually have actual reasoning to believe that your client did not commit this crime and that someone else did. So he promised a lot in this opening. And I know some lawyers and viewers in general tuned into this trial the first time to see these promises fall flat. And that's what's shocked so many people, is that you hear the first opening line, Karen Reed was framed. And you're like, okay, get on somewhere with that. And then you're saying there's this huge conspiracy cover up. All these people are involved. All these people are handling this, handling that. And you're like, this just doesn't make sense. I'm going to wait for this to completely blow up in your face. And then you're going to have to actually deal with whatever actions that you have to deal with. And then trial day after trial day, week after week, their theory only became stronger and stronger. And that's why it blew away so many people's minds as to how this is being retried now. Especially given what we know now is that the jury actually found she was not guilty on counts 1 and counts 3.
12 of you inside that jury room agree that Karen Reed was not guilty of murder. Count 1 in that indictment.
Correct.
Did you vote? How was the process that all 12 agreed that she was not guilty of murder, count one?
So we all raised our hands in terms of a vote, and we voted on that first count that we all agreed not guilty. Unfortunately, at that time, we did not fill out any of the paperwork there, nor sign it. So,
but they were split on counts 2, which is the manslaughter charge. And the jury form was unclear, so they, had to have a mistrial and came as a hung jury because they couldn't come to a unanimous decision on all 3 charges, and it was never explained to them that they could find separate findings on each charge. And I blame this judge 100,000%. This judge, I'll tell you what, yeah, she has the skills and the knowledge to be a good judge. She is one of the most biased judges I've ever seen, and it's so blatant, it's almost comical. Anyway, in this jury form that they had in the first trial, it was 3 pages. On each page was a new charge. Charge 1, charge 2, charge 3. However, only on the first page, at the bottom, it said guilty, not guilty. The defense gets up at the time and says, hey, can we at least put guilty, not guilty on every other sheet so that guilty, not guilty is on every single charge sheet? And she said, no, this is how we do it in Massachusetts. No, we're just going to have one. So they thought they had to be unified in their decision and that a split verdict or anything was not possible. And if it was possible, came back as not guilty for counts 1 and 3 and then hung jury on count 2, that means that she wouldn't be allowed to be charged for counts 1 and 3 now, which are second-degree murder and then leaving the scene where bodily injury, accident occurred, death, yada yada. And it's only once the jurors came forward after the trial did they realize that there were decisions that were made, but because the form was so unclear, they had no idea what to say, so they were deadlocked.
we were under the understanding that each charge could not be treated separately. And so we continued to deliberate, despite the fact that we had agreed on 2 of the counts as not guilty.
And the second count was count 3. I guess the foreperson is asking for a vote, and everyone raised their hands?
And everybody agreed not guilty for those 2 charges. That's correct.
So that's another reason why I think she's not guilty, because the jury thought the same thing. And the prosecution didn't have to retry this case, didn't have to waste millions of dollars retrying this case. We found out their first accident reconstructionist that couldn't prove their theory was a disaster, which we will cover eventually. So they got a new accident reconstructionist for the second trial, and they paid this Aperture company over $325,000 just to basically construct experiments in order to support their theory.
Flipped backward. Completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case.
That point's actually stronger than
Watch
inverted
closely
video this trial.
as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate.
Dressed as John and leans in. He didn't lean back. Boop, there he goes.
Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test.
$300,000+ on an experiment that still lacks any credibility and does not prove their case. If I lived in Massachusetts, I'd be heated. That's $300,000 of your taxpayer dollars being spent to retry a case in order for others to avoid accountability. And it's the fact that they decided to retry her with all 3 counts. Even hearing the jury, even knowing how things went over, they still came back and said, you know what, not only are we going to retry this thing again, we're going to retry on all 3 counts again. We are going to say she intentionally meant to kill him again. Since it takes me so long to get through these videos just because of how slowly I work, tomorrow's closing arguments. I started this video and the defense was in the middle of their case. Now closing arguments are tomorrow and the jury will be handed this case for a second time. Well, not this jury, but a jury in Massachusetts will be handed this case for a second time. And we'll just have to see how that turns out. Okay, but now we'll transition to the defense's opening statements for the second trial. And Alan Jackson actually takes this over instead of Mr. Yannetti for this trial. I think Mr. Yannetti did great. I think Jackson just got up there because they took a little bit of a different approach. In this first opening statement, they took the third-party culprit approach. They found out after the trial, talking with some of the jurors, what worked, what didn't work, and actually have one of Karen Reed's jurors on their legal team. She wasn't a deliberating juror, she was actually an alternate, but she sat in the jury box for 10 weeks during the first trial through 74 witnesses and was chosen to be an alternate and just not as one of the jurors. She said that she waited almost a year for the Commonwealth to do the right thing and not retry this case. They decided to do it anyway. So she actually now works at Mr. Yannetti's law firm and I think has been a consultant for this case, which means she has tons of invaluable experience. I mean, she was right next to the jurors. What did you see? What did you hear? How did people react to things? Did this go over? We thought this was a slam dunk, and did it hit with you? And she could say that thing y'all spent days on fell completely flat, but this one thing that y'all spent 5 minutes on, we could not let go. I don't know if that's how the conversations went, but you can have those conversations. So they readjusted their positioning because, I mean, the first trial, the defense dog walked the prosecution up and down, literally destroyed every single witness that got on there. And then the few witnesses that they did bring up for their case were the most credible ones, the ones that weren't ducky, dodgy, trying to dodge every single answer. And it just felt more truthful. So they swung for the fences because I think they thought they had that lightning in a bottle case that they could win. And in my opinion, they did win that case. But that's not what happened. They had to redo it again. So they focused on the actual issues at hand instead of trying to do the third-party culprit. And Mr. Yannetti said it at the end of this statement of, it is not your job to solve this crime. And he should have, and they should have honed in on that from the beginning of last trial, that it is not this jury's job to figure out what happened because they're not going to be able to figure that out. Why? Because Karen Reed's on trial and not the people who are actually involved, according to my opinion. On the second trial, they focused solely on the collision. At first, they wanted to show you other people could have done it, and we think these people did it. Now they're saying, regardless of that, it's a stretch, we get it. That collision never occurred. The injuries are inconsistent with the damage that happened to the taillight and inconsistent with being hit with a vehicle whatsoever. People want to say, well, you know, maybe she sideswiped him a little bit, or maybe it was this or that. You can't have it both ways. You can't say she accidentally sideswiped him, but still hit him with enough force to cause those injuries and position him where he was positioned on that front lawn. And you can't just be as the prosecution and say, oh, we believe she was going 25 plus miles an hour. And then when we get actual biomechanists in here and they said, oh, he would be mangled the F up if she actually reached those top speeds backing up. Now the prosecution plays defense and goes, well, I mean, couldn't it have been this? Couldn't have been that? I don't care what it could have been. You as the prosecution are supposed to tell me what happened. You are telling me she intentionally killed him. You need to prove that, not poke holes in the defense. The defense's only job is to poke holes in the prosecution. That's why the defense technically doesn't have to put on a case in criminal trials. Defense cases can just be cross-examining the prosecution's witnesses, go to closing arguments, and then call it a day. But they did decide to put on a case of their own, call their own witnesses, yada yada. And to further the point that the prosecution went straight defense is the fact that Mr. Lally was their original prosecutor. Terrible job all around. Really, really boring. You could tell his heart wasn't in it, and it was just an embarrassment, honestly. So I get why they needed a new person to try it. So they brought in a special prosecutor, which is someone who's basically just not their normal prosecutor. Hank Brennan. Then come to find out, Hank Brennan is a literal defense attorney, and he has been prosecuting this case like a defense attorney, trying to create doubt in the defense's defense rather than actually prove the prosecution's case. Mainly because Lally was so bad at defending against the defense's accusations and claims and facts last time that I think they brought him in to be able to handle his own when it gets to the defense's case. But he's run this whole thing from a defense mindset, and it makes you look very duck and dodgy as the prosecution. And it's really interesting to see the differences in the approaches during both trials, where the prosecution in the second trial went more defensive. The defense on the second trial honed in their arguments more and focused on the fact that there is no collision whatsoever. And we're going to prove that to you. And if we prove to you that there was no collision, everything else for this case does not matter. It is not your job to solve the murder of John O'Keefe, because unfortunately that's not going to happen. But you can determine whether or not a collision happened, and then based off of whether or not a collision happened, what you think she did and meant to do. Okay. Now, with all that in mind, we're going to transition over. I've seen clips of Jackson's opening, but I didn't watch the full thing, so this will be more of an organic reaction. I've seen the first opening a few times here and there, so let's dive in and see what changed.
The evidence in this case will establish above everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision.
Boo. Now, I love Alan Jackson. I do. I think he's a fantastic lawyer. But compared to Yannetti's, Karen Reed was framed.
Karen Reed was framed.
Boom, mic drop. This is a terrible opening line. I can't stand, there'll be 3 points. There's no collision, no collision, no collision. No, if you're going to tell me there's 3 points, give me 3 points, or at least reframe it. There was no collision. There could never have been a collision. And the evidence will show that to a degree of medical and scientific certainty, it is not possible for there to have been a collision. You know, you still get the thing across, but at least sounds like 3 different points. But you come up here, no collision, no collision, no collision. Okay. That's me being picky, but, you know, it's my channel, so I can.
John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. Period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe.
Now that was a solid opening explaining their position of the case. John O'Keefe was not killed by a motor vehicle, so it is impossible for Karen Reed to have killed him. Versus Yannetti's opening, which was Karen Reed didn't kill him, someone else did. He was jumped when he went into that house because Karen Reed never hit him with the car. So all of the details are still the same, but this is just a more refined argument that I think was the smarter choice.
So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for something, for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. and it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts State Police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case, and he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop, who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer, nope. He's a Boston cop too.
I personally liked the way he said it. The first trial a little more. This one was a little more understated, but again, that's just me being picky. But I want that spice because that is such an important line.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question.
Oh boy.
Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope.
We're going to be here a while.
He's a Boston cop too.
Especially now that we know both sides didn't call Michael Proctor in this case, which I still don't quite understand why the defense didn't call him. I don't think they had anything to lose by him going. However, seeing how much of a disaster his first testimony was, I imagine they really, really tried to prep him for this second trial. And I kind of like that it was for nothing. So now they get to paint him as this mythical big bad guy figure without the jury ever seeing his face.
That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic and tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start. Corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses, he never properly collected evidence, he never secured the evidence, he never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home, he never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight.
And here's where we get the introduction of a potential fight. So it's very similar to Yannetti's opening. It just rearranges some things. Where Yannetti opened with, he was jumped in a fight from the get. Also, she didn't hit him with the car. He is refocusing it on the collision didn't happen. Also, other police officers say it looks like he was in a fight. And I like that he pushed that and said that's not my words, even though it is very much his words. But other people have made this assertion before me. That way it's an inference rather than a fact. So the jury, as they see the injuries unfold, they're going to say, actually, this does kind of look like he was in a fight, rather than the burden they put on themselves in the first trial, which was, I have to prove to you that there was a fight and not a collision. But anyway, back to Michael Proctor. Again, we heard this in the first one. Brian Albert never leaves the home, but he highlights on Proctor again of Proctor never went in Brian Albert's house that day. How are you doing an investigation on the front lawn and you never go to the house of the person's front lawn? Not even for like a second or so? Don't canvass the neighborhood, don't do anything. It tells the story that you had your mind made up and you were on a mission to string this story together.
You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation, it's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor.
Was that a read?
Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once.
Which we can't overlook. Because what was that? Second trial, the prosecution goes first for their opening statement, and they never mention Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for this case, once. Why is everything so shady with them? If everything is on the up and up and you have the correct facts, it was done properly, why are we trying to hide things left, right, center, backwards, up, waist, backwards?
Sometimes I'll start a sentence, and I don't even know where it's going. I just hope I find it along the way.
Which reminds me of a shady thing they just did a few days ago, which was the defense was finishing their last two witnesses, and lo and behold, x-rays come out. X-rays of his right arm that we haven't seen throughout either trial. Not in the first trial or the second trial, not from the prosecution, and these are their x-rays. It came from their people, and they didn't bring them out once. Why? Because it showed there were no broken bones, there were no fractures, weren't even hairline fractures or anything that showed up on the x-ray. So the prosecution keeps trying to bury all of their bad facts and all the things that make them look bad, and that is such a defense attorney tactic. I don't like it. Or I guess I just don't understand it.
And I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it, the evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part, that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. investigated, suspended, and fired.
Bon appetit!
The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor guilty of bringing dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it. Every bit of it. And you'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to this point, right at the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. And that was for one reason, and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass.
See, now that's the drama I want. Little cliche, yes, but I like the dynamics of it. Keeps the audience wanting more, keeps us engaged. But yeah, I think Jackson is doing a great job. I like his take on basically what Yannetti's opening was. Very similar word choices, just different emphases on words here and there. Yannetti is a Massachusetts lawyer, as you can tell by the accent, but Jackson is an LA lawyer, and he cost big mega bucks. You can see why. You definitely are going to get your money's worth. But since this is so similar to the opening that we just watched, I'm going to let it play for a good little chunk. I'm going to do a whole 10-minute chunk, and then we'll check in there.
You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, rank has its privileges. And the evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, and his friends, they do get. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, he didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Alberts' house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on guesswork or conjecture, but the actual true facts that you will learn through the course of this trial. On January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started at a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the Waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board. The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Bryans, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him, in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were at the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car, in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out, and when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail, voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting. The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. And every single one of them, every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house, after he failed to respond to her voicemails and to her texts. Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. We'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Lopesada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back of John's head, first of all, was immediately incapacitating. And that has meaning. At the moment he suffered that fatal head injury, he couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious from the moment he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor will tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not suffer from hypothermia, as the Commonwealth will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite, no cold-induced injuries to his organs, no damage based on cold or frost. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold. And that's where, ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. LaPosada will tell you with medical certainty, in fact, John was not struck. He could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over my left shoulder, they're not the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. LaPosada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal, like a large dog, like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night. You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years, a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog. They called it rehoming her. But she was gone.
And here feels like a good place to cut in. Why? Because I'll never get over this dog. I won't. The idea of you saying you have no involvement, you're innocent, and then the dog disappears, absolutely not. But anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed your little intermission, because now I have things to say. Okay, so first Jackson talks about the privileges that are going to unfold in this case, how everyone who was in that house got special privileges that you don't get and I don't get. I like that rhetorically because it's trying to connect with the jury of, even though I'm a lawyer and you're a jury member in that society and that how you think there's a hierarchy or a distance or however you want to see it, I'm equalizing us. And now that I've equalized us, I want you to know that they are taking advantage of both of us. Which transition nicely into the blue wall of silence, protect family, friends. It's just, this is such a paradoxical enigma, right? This thin blue line of support all cops until it's cops versus cops. Then who do you support more? The dead one or the live popular one? And that's the internal conflict a lot of people have of, Paulina the Plane has the exact same thoughts. You wasted millions of dollars trying to fit a square into a triangle, into a rhombus, into a Vaporeon, into a decahedron, and none of it adds up. And it contradicts itself further with the severity of the situation and how much the police and community around should care versus how the evidence and the investigation was handled is a mockery, an atrocity of justice, if you will. You are supposed to handle, if anything, if protect blue wall of silence, help us, you should have handled this with extra care. Everyone going overtime trying to figure out what happened, whether it's a fellow police officer or not. We protect our own and we find out what happened so that this doesn't happen again. And right now, they're trying to say, look over there, it's her fault. So you have to ignore everything that we have done. The lies we've told, the throwing away the phones, still haven't gotten there yet. Dog's house, time inconsistencies, butt dials, etc. He gives the timeline that on January 28th, they went to the waterfall, everyone was happy. Talked about Chris Albert, who governs the PD. I didn't know his position earlier, but I mean, of course he does, right? But I like that he said Brian Higgins had romantic designs for Karen Reed. Was that a read? To paint the motive of that's why Brian Higgins wanted John to come over after the bar was closing so that he could get closer to Karen, who was ignoring him at said time. Oh. And you can see he's like kind of upset in the security footage at the bar. And by upset, I mean there's a moment where he texts her, she ignores him, and John like kisses her forehead. And then Brian Higgins and Brian Albert start play wrestling, and it's really weird and cringy. But then later after that, it was like 11:58, I think, you can see him, he looks more agitated, and he's like gesturing over to where they just were and where John and Karen still were. And then when you see him, like, he's gesturing in a way that he seems like a hurt puppy. He's in his feelings, like, she's ignoring him. He thought that he had a thing with her. Look at the head on the shoulders or whatever. And I slowed it down, so this isn't actually real time. This is half speed. But to try to show that this is not very much a pleasant conversation, I would say. So then why is he one of the people just a few moments after this texting John to come over? And it seems like he was one of the people ushering people out, like, we gotta go. And what's very unfortunate, because this is 11:58, this, like, allegedly, according to the prosecution's theory, John would have been dead within a half hour after this. I don't believe that, but still, for this kind of interaction to happen so close to his death, that someone's play fighting, it could be interpreted that they're angry and they're pointing in the direction of John and Karen, and then they storm out, or at least they didn't happily frolic out. So,
oh, by the way, I think I might not have put the first time he said Karen Reed stopped talking to Higgins. She ghosted him. And last time, if you remember, Higgins quibbled with ghosted a little bit. Buchanan didn't. He defined what ghosted means. He said, yes, he agreed. Maybe she did ghost him. And then Buchanan says when Higgins texts Reed, well, they're in the same room, because he thought that was going to be good for him. But what does Alan Jackson do? He says, they are, aren't they? They're in the same room. Because I don't know, we've probably all done that before. Those of us who grew up with texting when we were in high school or even college, somebody's in the room, maybe you like them, you text them, see if they check the phone, see if they want to come talk, they want to go outside and hang, and they look down and they don't answer. How does that make you feel? It's like, what? That's how she's going to play me? We're in the same room? That's the vibe I got from Jackson.
So why wouldn't Michael Proctor or any of the investigators look into that whatsoever? Or at least even question him? I don't even know if they questioned him as if he were a suspect, rather than, you know, just tell us what you want to tell us because you're our buddy. And then if you put it together in following the conspiracy, you take that energy over to the Alberts house, where you feel even more emboldened, surrounded by your friends. John walks in without Karen. The only reason he would want John there is if Karen's there so that he can still try to get with her. So who knows? If John O'Keefe did go in that house, the stage was set for it not to be a good interaction. Brings up Dr. La Posada, which she was great. She was the second to last witness and really held her own and dismantled all of the prosecution's arguments about this, because they're saying he died from the crash, fallback, and hypothermia, even though even their medical examiner never said he had hypothermia, but that like hypothermic traits existed, like the onset starts of it. And so Dr. La Posada explains further that on the inside of the stomach lining, these little bumps start to form when hypothermia sets in due to some blood vessel type things. And the fact that those bumps weren't on the inside of his stomach proves that he was not in a state of hypothermia when he died. Sorry if that was a little too graphic. So then he posits the evidence will show that he died in a place that was warmer and then moved outside. And if that is true, that would explain Jennifer McCabe's search of how long does it take to die in the cold, because you know he wasn't in the cold originally. The no injuries or bruises anywhere still floors me, that they still want to sell that much taillight damage with those kind of injuries. And it wasn't until we got to Dr. La Posada that they brought out the x-rays for the first time. And the x-rays are as clear as can be. Nothing was wrong with that arm. Why did the prosecution hide these? Why did they not use these, since they've had them since the beginning, never used them in the first or the second trial? And she would have testified that it belonged to a dog bite, which she has seen multiple times, as well as the other expert they brought in. But they try to discount both of them and make sure that they couldn't testify to those things. And then they use the reverse logic of saying, well, see, none of their experts could even prove that it was a dog bite. And then at the same time, they're limiting their ability to confirm and say that they have and they can recognize that pattern. Anyway, I loved her. I thought she was a great witness. She was like giving the sweetest librarian grandma vibes who just happened to, deal with thousands of dead bodies, including some with injuries from large dogs, which brings us back to where we started. But I like these bigger chunks, so I think I'm going to try another 10-minute chunk and we'll go from there. If I can. If something crazy happens, then... Exactly, Linda. That dog did not deserve that.
Dr. La Posada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. La Posada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle. And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement. The Commonwealth's own expert will ultimately support the exact facts that I just told you, including the temperature data. John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer, and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt, but there's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been, had he actually been there, right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single person, not one, not a single person, saw a 6'2", 216-pound man laying sprawled in the front lawn in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, oh, he's not done yet.
Was that a read?
Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth, and he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did, and we found and will introduce you to Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later. He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge. You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that the Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn. You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle. The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here. A collision. And there's no evidence of one. Zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on are relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt. I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing? While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call. You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late-night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it. You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that, too, is a complete lie. His phone records establish that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late-night visit over to Canton PD. You'll wonder, what did they possibly need to talk about at 2:22 a.m. that night? The evidence will establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first. Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins didn't answer it. Seconds later, Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22 full seconds, had a conversation, then they both hung up their respective phones. You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call with each other. But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation. A butt dial. The evidence will make you question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m. and why did they both try to cover up that phone call? You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. Both of them.
And we finally made it to the phones. Finally, I've been wanting to talk about the phones for so long because this is another reason I 100% believe this is a cover-up. Because if it isn't, why are y'all getting rid of your phones? Blew my absolute mind that you were given a preservation order that you're very well aware of as cops because you get those for other people all the time. You were given a preservation order. I think it was a September 29th or some day, whatever. The day before, the 28th or the day prior, they both got rid of their phones, almost as if someone told them they were going to get a preservation order and that you have right now to do something about it. So what does Brian Albert do? Brian Albert decides, I'm going to upgrade my phone today, the day before I get a preservation order that says, don't do shit with anything because we need to look at everything. And he goes on about, it's my right. I had the right to upgrade it. You know, I didn't do anything because I did it before the preservation order. As if we're stupid.
As if we're stupid. Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
So, according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved.
What are the odds?
Right?
Rephrase the question, please.
This order was just stipulated. This order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
As if we're stupid.
Like, really? We're supposed to believe that you had no idea the day before a preservation order, if you upgrade your phone, give it away, it factory resets and you lose everything? Of course, you have backups saved to the iCloud, but if you didn't back up your phone, everything on that phone is gone. At least the most pressing and recent things. But it's interesting to see how they both went two different directions. Brian Albert decided, oh, I'm just going to go upgrade my phone. Meanwhile, Brian Higgins, oh, child. The first trial, Brian Higgins started to talk about this. They had to pause the trial, send out the jury, bring in Brian Higgins' lawyer to talk to him because he was about to perjure himself in front of the FBI because someone was definitely in the audience then. So then we come to find out he destroyed his phone by going to a military base, taking the SIM card out, cutting the SIM card in half, throwing it away in one dumpster, and then throwing the actual phone away in another dumpster on said military base. Why a military base? Because people don't just go investigating on military bases, unless you're the FBI. But don't worry, it's okay, because Brian Higgins, ATF agent, asked one of his friends, who's also a federal agent, how to pull text streams off his phone. So he pulled off his text streams with Karen, John, and I think there was maybe another one. So those were accurate, but literally they were just screenshots of his messages. And the police had the actual other physical phones so they could compare and contrast and say, okay, he gave us everything that was there. Okay, cool, but he got rid of the phone.
If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue.
Whether he is aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain.
I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order, or do you need more time?
I can do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
I just have to stop it right there because this part had always made me laugh, because in this current testimony prior, Brian Higgins is denying the 22-second phone call in the middle of the night with Brian Albert, and then the call back that it was all the butt dials, yada, yada, yada. He even said that, like, you can't even have a good conversation or a conversation in 22 seconds. There's no way, but blah, blah, blah. So now your lawyer getting up here being like, I can do this in 10 seconds. Just really hammers home the point of you don't need a long time to convey information. Okay, but anyway, the reason why the lawyer had to be brought in is because he's about to admit he committed a federal crime, which was using federal resources for your own personal gain. Example, taking hyper-specific text threads off your phone so that you can submit them just so that you don't have to submit your full phone. That is personal gain. And the fact that everyone else was okay with him just submitting screenshots is insane.
And as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If
John's
you
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate,
Please?
and it was.
And you trusted that.
Please make sure it's accurate.
Rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone. Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verified. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
Please make sure that this shit does not blow up on everybody. We're not going to download your entire phone. So please make sure what you give us is accurate. That answer, after all of this, that answer. I told Higgins, we have all the other extractions, so please make sure when you give us the text from your phone that it's accurate. And then they let Higgins give them screenshots and snippets of the texts. That is one of the best answers for the defense in this cross, because they are going to be able to say, see, they told Higgins, just make sure it matches. I don't think that answer is going to be interpreted the way he thinks it's going to be interpreted. Well, thanks for saying the quiet part out loud. We appreciate that.
Raise any suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
No suspicions. They trust him. It's their guy.
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives.
Not really a strong argument if you have to say the facts spoke for themselves and all the facts point in a different direction. But that's exactly the point. He didn't see, none of them saw any issues with each other, which is why this could never have been an unbiased investigation. Okay, but back to Brian destroying his phone. Exactly, Linda. I want to know too, how did he think he could actually get rid of his phone without anyone else figuring it out? And without it looking sketchy AF.
You were aware that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022. The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that?
I did do that, that's correct.
That's what you turned over to the police?
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
Right. So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights. I asked you what you did. Did you pull the SIM card out?
Objection.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone?
Your Honor, to the best of my recollection, if I did take the SIM card out, I would have when I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claim you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't. When you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified, yes.
You testified
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that
Was your one question.
I feel like it may be correct. It's such hyper-specific details, and you've already done everything else around it, that it's not absurd to connect those dots. You've admitted that if you did it, you know, the Boston O.J. Simpson, if I did it, I would have taken the SIM card out, cut it in half, thrown it away, but I did not destroy the phone. I just threw it away. None of that makes any kind of sense. But they're looking at you with a straight face and saying, she did it. I didn't do anything sketchy. If this were reverse and people were actually investigating this the way I hope the FBI investigates this afterwards, they absolutely would have looked at these behaviors and said, this is consciousness of guilt. Consciousness of guilt is when you take intentional actions that confirm your guilt. You know you are guilty because you're getting rid of your phone. You're getting rid of your dog. You're selling your house. I don't know if we got there yet. You're making the extra effort to implicate another federal agent. That Matt Welch person, whoever, good luck, because by proxy and by attachment, Brian Higgins said you also committed a crime because you helped him extract that for his own personal gain. He was trying to make the distinction of he just walked me through it. He didn't actually do it himself. Too late. Sorry. Still a crime in itself. And they tried to smudge the issue of I didn't use a federal facility to do this. I just used a kiosk in a facility. But it's like, that kiosk is federally owned, so it's the same exact thing. I didn't rob a bank, I robbed an ATM. So the destroyed phone thing is a huge talking point for me. Or not even talking point, but a huge argument in my mind of what the dog still gonna be number one for me. I don't know. It's not actually, you know, the most hard-hitting evidence, but for me personally, dog is number one. Hoss Long to Die in Cold text message, it's up there. Getting rid of the phones, it's up there. Okay, but we actually have to back up and talk about the rest of this chunk. So back at the start of this chunk, Alan Jackson brings up Dr. Lopezada again, saying that she would testify that the injury could not have been caused, the injury to the back of his skull, from him falling on hard ground. Because that's what they try to do in the first trial a lot, and Brennan did it in this trial too, of saying the ground, because there was snow on the ground, obviously the ground was frozen. So naturally, if he falls on the ground, it's going to be like falling on a slab of concrete, and that's how you're going to get those pebbly texture marks in the back, or however they described it.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
Is it hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
Well, it could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes. Yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
What kind of question is that? That's like scraping the bottom of the barrel, being like, well, maybe if the stars aligned and everything was like this, there's a potential that it could have caused an injury. Like, you are supposed to tell me what happened. If you don't know what happened, then you shouldn't be taking her to trial for second-degree murder. She's telling you that this does not match any kind of injury of just falling on cold ground. And she also mentioned in her testimony at some point that she said if he had fallen on the grass and got the skull fractures from falling on the grass, there would be grass in the injury. There would be a grass skid mark. There would be something in those injuries that would indicate that they came from the ground, but that wasn't present there. And even talking about the ground and whether it was frozen or not. Dr. Wolf, one of the ARCA experts in the first trial, was confronted with this by Lowley, and he actually revealed being like, yeah, I mean, you could test for this, but you have to look at the different thaw cycles maybe weeks in advance. You can't just look at a ground and say, oh, it's cold, so it must be frozen.
Coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that ground was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries. Performing that type of an analysis, you could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
But you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So
that was really interesting to me because I never really thought about it like that in terms of thought cycles and all the other. Linda thought it was interesting too, that two different, very skilled expert witnesses, and I have my own thing about expert witnesses that I'll get on my high horse another video about, but they are two very accomplished individuals saying that it is not possible for a million different reasons. And they both kind of push to aside the ground because it's a red herring. It's a look over here. This ground was cold because now it's the ground's fault. The ground is the murder weapon. Don't look anywhere else. And Dr. Wolf's like, it doesn't matter what the ground looks like because it's inconsistent with the damage of what happened before the ground got involved, allegedly. And Dr. La Posada picks up from there, saying the injuries to the back of his skull do not match and could not match someone just falling on the ground because they were done with extreme force.
You don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it
Yes,
progressed.
she does.
You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull.
Massive skull fractures on the back of the skull. She keeps repeating it. If it was just one, that'd be one thing. There are a multitude of skull fractures. By the way, don't forget to like this video, comment below, subscribe to the channel, call us if you need us, 1-844-774-HURT.
There's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
More than the force that you would face if you had just fallen on the ground. Which, based off of her analysis and as well as their ME, because of that first skull fracture or like initial hit, from that first moment he was unconscious, not able to move, and then I think she eyeballed it 15 to 20 minutes afterwards, the massive brain swelling would have caused his death. So it's not like a positive, but it does appear that he was not conscious for it and that it was a quicker death than what we would assume being left out in the cold all night. And I would like to believe that. Who knows if it's 100% true, but I'm glad the science supports that because that would be more merciful than what the prosecution is claiming happened. But if you keep that in mind and it did happen so quickly, that means whenever this fight occurred, whenever he went in, whatever happened, 15 to 20 minutes after it happened, they have a dead body on their hands. They can't call the ambulance anymore. They can't get for help or anything. They have to take action because everyone in that house knows what happens if someone finds this out and connects it to them. It sounds absurd at first, but the way that they respond to these questions, the actions that they've taken, and the insistence, the unwavering accusations, and the intensity that they need you to believe them with makes me not believe them. And that transitions to his next point in there that, well, he talked about the phones were analyzed, and that means that he had to be moved from the inside heat. I don't really know if he proved that throughout the trial, but the lack of full hypothermia would suggest that it didn't happen, because he would have either gotten out of the car and then hit by Karen and in the lawn. At no point should he be warmer than he was when he was in that car. But if he went inside the house and got warmer for a time, then was moved back outside, the timing would line up. He talks about the people in the house didn't see anything despite the light dusting. I mean, that's just an appropriate metaphor for this whole thing. I didn't see anything, so it wasn't there. It wasn't me. And then he brings up that the snowplow driver, who the snowplow driver was this great third-party objective resource that had no slant either way, that just happened to work very well for the defense's arguments.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No. And the biggest mic drop is him seeing that Ford Edge in front of the Alberts lawn around 3:30 p.m., around the same spot John's body would later be found.
I noticed that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction?
And the fact that multiple people in the Albert family owned Ford Edges means you can't really pin it down to who it was. But if you also just using thinking skills, John O'Keefe is over 6 foot, over 210 pounds. You're not just carrying him out there on your own without anyone noticing. But if you back your car into the garage, then who knows? The fact that there was the ring footage with a fellow officer living across the street and the ring cameras pointed right at it, that footage just happens to not be there. Also, the footage of Karen Reed arriving back home just happens to not be there.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone.
That's suspicious.
Correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months.
That's weird.
As well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
And it's strange and intentional that Micro Proctor said that there was no snowplow that night. Because if he didn't know how that would look, he wouldn't need to bring it up. But he knows how that would look, that if someone went by it, they need to be a witness. But if I say there is no snowplow, there is no one in sight, there's no ring camera, there's no footage anywhere, then whatever I say happens is what happened. He emphasizes there was no collision, talks about Brian Higgins skulking through the halls again. It's just the fact that everyone seemingly had assignments they had to do, moving all across the chessboard, calls making here and there, Google searches everywhere, after just what is supposed to be a casual night of drinking and finishing the night off at a house party at this cop's house with multiple friends, yada, yada, yada. The way they paint Karen Reed as this just vengeful, evil, spiteful girlfriend at least would make her actions make sense. They're saying, oh, they had all this jealousy stuff. She got angry. She couldn't let the fight go, so she hit him, and then she ran and went back home and this and that, and then she felt guilty, so she went searching for him again. Okay, whatever motive you want to attribute to it, her actions would make sense based off of what you're saying. And based off of what she's saying, her actions make sense. She's saying, I dropped him off, he didn't come back out, so I went home. Both accounts, whatever temperament or motive you want to attribute to them, track with her actions. Whatever motive, reason, or excuse you want to attribute to everyone else's stories does not match the actions that followed. If it was innocent, why are all of these guilty actions taking place? If this was just a happy, fun-filled night and John O'Keefe never even went inside the house, there should be nothing that threw off the vibes. Y'all didn't even see him in the yard. So why are we making all these weird moves when it's 2, 3 a.m. at night? Was it a school night? I don't know. Oh, it was a Friday night. Yeah, and then that all leads into the denied phone calls, the butt dials. I'm still never going to get over it because they also got confronted saying, obviously you all are watching the testimony that you're not supposed to be watching because your stories are lining up exactly in the worst ways possible. The fact that you all have these trigger words and these very specific phrases.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
They didn't give it up for adoption.
Rehomed?
Rehomed.
Rehomed.
Was rehomed.
Makes it sound like you talked about it, and all describing it as a butt dial. Butt dials only really worked when cell phones first came out, when you had actual buttons that you would press accidentally, which would then call someone, but not when everyone has an iPhone. It can still happen here and there, but it is not that simple. Unless Brian Higgins was throwing that thing back, making it clap in a circle, Z formation, in order to make that phone call, his ass wasn't calling anyone. So leave the butt dials at home. Okay, now we're going to move on to the next 10-minute block, and I'll see y'all there. Linda said, y'all are not ready.
And what else you'll learn, Brian Albert got rid of. Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing. Just sold it. His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations, he literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He did not investigate any of what I'm telling you. He pre-selected Karen Reed from the start, and he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with the others while Karen slept. What you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe. She was at the waterfall that night, and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m. And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence, from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Cellebrite, it's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone.
a Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us. But we found anyway. A Google search that was time-stamped, according to their own data, at 2:27 a.m. 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, "Hoslong to die in cold." Hoslong to die in cold. Now, she misspelled the first word. Hos is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Time-stamped 2:27. And then that search was also noted by the same Celebrite program as having been deleted. The evidence will force you to ask, why is there a search on her phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.? When the Commonwealth claims that she first learned of John's death and where his body was hours later at 6 a.m. So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25 a.m., Brian Higgins makes an unexpected visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone, Hoslong to die in cold, hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own. The evidence will show in the meantime, Karen dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m., and that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong. She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in her Lexus and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear tail light. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none, but they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off and he went into the Albert residence. As a result, the taillight was minimally cracked, but it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken. And that's the condition of the SUV when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the damage on that SUV, someone not connected to Michael Proctor or under his control. And he'll tell you that he saw the taillight damaged before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered. And you won't have to speculate how that taillight got cracked originally. You'll see it for yourself. It's on video. You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him, and she was worried about possibly the worst. He had gotten out of the car, he'd walked to the house, she was confused, and later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like he was mortally wounded, she's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him. That's what she was talking about. Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half. She was saying all those things. Did a plow hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never. Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened. The evidence will show that the evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sarath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there, watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, I hit him. Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this. In an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years-long close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter.
Which is just another absurdity they want us to just ignore. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Honestly, I'm gonna be upfront. I don't care if she said it or not. I don't care if she said it and she believed it at that time. I don't care if she took a megaphone, shouted from the rooftops, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. It does not mean she hit him. None of the evidence supports that. Those are called excited utterances. That's when you're under a very high stress situation. People say the most random things imaginable. And especially for people who feel very strongly connected to the victim, they put blame on themselves all the time. You'll have people in car accidents who have nothing to do with the crash, but take responsibility due to the shock that they're trying to unpack. And of course, no one heard I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. This was a great point that wasn't really focused on before, but that, yeah, everyone's there. So many people are there and all eyes are focused on Karen. absolutely true. Because, yeah, they're there to try to help John, but everyone's pretty much aware John was dead when they got there. And there were some rumors that he may have died at the hospital, but that's not true. I don't think. So especially if you're one of the 10 people who were in the house and you're in that area, Jen McCabe and all the other people, you have your eyes deadlocked on her, and no one in a police report heard her say, I hit him. I feel like a police officer would keep their ears perked for that. And then in 24 hours, magically an EMT comes forward saying, oh yeah, I did hear that.
She answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical.
When she told the first responder I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Not one time, Ms. McCabe, did you utter the phrase, I hit him, as it relates to my client in front of that grand jury on April 26, 2022, did you? Not once.
I'd have to read through the 227 pages to see.
So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
That person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have mutual friends, and growing up we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out. I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine, but I do see her occasionally because of social events. Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so. I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very specific in your memory. It was a state trooper.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
It was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other...
It was important enough.
Yeah.
Write things down. Yes,
yes, I wrote down some of the things that were said.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No. It's not about importance. I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either?
Objection.
Sustained.
And again, on the surface, and this is what it was like when I was looking on the outside, hadn't really dug into the facts of it, and you hear that this EMT is testifying, yeah, I don't know anyone here, you know, I'm not related to the McCabes or the McAlberts. I'm with the McLaughlins. And yeah, I definitely heard her say I hit him. And now Jen McCabe says I heard her say I hit him. and then everyone starts backtracking it, because there was the male EMT who got on the stand in the first trial who also said he heard I hit him. Jackson had to literally hold his hand through cross-examination to get him to admit, oh yeah, this is kind of what I was told.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct?
An asset. He said that.
That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. Oakey.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
Not in the hospital record. He didn't say it to.
Documentation for us ends at transfer of patient care.
What?
As far as my memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
Oh, really? But they didn't write it down now.
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody.
In the court setting, no.
Did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
A vehicle?
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out that you told the doctors, the medical professionals.
Are you kidding?
That in fact, you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Hit by a car now.
Sustained.
Oh, it was asked and answered, so I understand that's sustaining.
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative.
Yes.
About your observations, your experiences with this patient, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident to assist in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
You see that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, I hit him?
It doesn't say that.
Where you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said, I hit him?
It doesn't say that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
Doesn't say that.
Lead paramedic, lead paramedic.
That you were quote unquote looking for anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
Yes.
That would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants.
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
Right. It would have been important, yes.
And it's nowhere in your reports, correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is, did you tell the police 8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed? And you didn't tell the grand jury that, correct?
No.
And you didn't mention
He didn't tell the police that.
in front of these jurors, did you?
He didn't tell the police that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. But it's in the report. It is in Buchanan's statement that he says that he took from this witness. That Buchanan's report. I cannot stress the importance of this to you. Buchanan's witness statement from this witness, Anthony Flamati of Canton Fire Department, that was taken on February 8th of 2022, says in the report that Anthony Flamati said, Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And he has just told you that he did not tell the police that.
And that was the same thing Carrie Roberts did with the Google search.
She asked her to Google hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that.
But first, of course, the EMT's interview by Kevin Albert, the person that we discussed in the first opening, is not supposed to have any connection with this case. Michael Proctor admits he knows that it is improper to use some Canton facilities to the degree that Kevin Albert wanted them to use them, because that would be a conflict of interest and that would be too much.
Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone. Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well.
That's too much information for Kevin Albert to have about this case when he's supposed to be completely recused from it. He shouldn't have any information on the case whatsoever.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses? And he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, Yuri and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Why would this be a bad idea? Because then he can contact those witnesses, talk to them, and help them to coordinate their statement. And I'm not saying that he did do that or he would do that, but there is the appearance that he can do that.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
That would mean that if you use the recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Do you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews
Objection.
and forward them to his brother?
No.
Never crossed your mind?
Never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording room?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
That's not what he said.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
No.
What did you say?
That we didn't use it.
When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD.
No.
And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
Yeah, but
No, I
I
don't
don't.
recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
I think he's mischaracterizing his testimony, but I don't think he's intentionally doing it.
You just said it to Brock. I mean, it's been 10 minutes.
No, he
It's been
didn't
4
say
minutes.
that.
No.
I really want to go back and listen because I don't think that's what he said. I really, really don't. Hold on.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
Oh, I was wrong. I was wrong. Wrong as shit. Wrong, girl. You was wrong. But no, he's absolutely right. I feel like I just got gaslit by Michael Proctor. He sounded so sincere. And I was like, no, that's not what he said. He said something else. Move on to another. No. Jackson is right. And so now we'll skip forward where he's going to say, I did not just say that. The thing you just heard me say, I did not say. I did not
And
say
Kevin
that.
Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Typically, we don't record interviews.
And that's exactly why you see all of these interviews and interrogations recorded, for this exact reason. So that you can't go up on the stand and say, oh, they said this, they said that, it wasn't this way, it wasn't that way. But we don't record for cooperating witnesses. Wouldn't everyone that you like be considered a cooperating witness? There's no way anyone in that house or anyone surrounded that aren't Karen Reed you would have seen as a non-cooperating witness, thus in need of an interrogation that is recorded, or an interview that is recorded. And that's why Kevin Albert even offered for you to use the recorded room, But it was on both ends that y'all know you shouldn't do it. You know you shouldn't do it because then Kevin Albert and the whole Canton PD would have whatever she said recorded, and they can do whatever they want with it. Conversely, he doesn't want it recorded so that he can say what he needs to say to whoever he needs to say it to, and the next time we see him, stories change. It's not recorded, so we can't even confirm that they ever had those discussions. A short one, but Linda wanted you to know that she knows. Okay, you can lie to us all you want, you can't lie to her. But yeah, Proctor is absurd the way he tried to distance himself from people of, well, no, I don't know Kevin, I don't know this, I don't know that, I don't know the Alberts, I don't know the McCabe's, and then try to split the difference of, I don't know the McCabe's and I don't have a relationship with the Alberts, but I know the Alberts and da-da-da-da. It's just, why is everything not on the up and up? Every single corner speck you look at makes it all look dirtier.
You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or no?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie.
You lied.
No, absolutely not. They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family,
That's not
that would
true.
have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity
I know the
to
answer.
kill John O'Keefe?
Why is there a pause?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and the McCabe's, right?
Yes.
Objection.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
Which is why you're just out here texting him.
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
All willy-nilly.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months.
What kind of gym?
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
Once in a while.
I thought he said he didn't know any of the Alberts. But now we're getting to, okay, well, your sister's besties with Julie Albert, and you've worked with Kevin Albert. You're members of a gym together. You spend time together, but you don't know any of the Alberts. Does Kevin not count? So more Alberts that you know.
So it went beyond professional, right?
Because I had forgotten about Kevin.
Yeah, acquaintances. I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that. In fact,
his memories
the two
are
of you got
fresh.
so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning. Right?
What?
Objection.
Overruled.
Bruh, did I leave my gun in your car? What the fuck?
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but
Bruh.
I don't recall either of us being intoxicated. I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
The long pauses take me out every time because it's so cringe, and you see it on their faces, especially mainly only the prosecution's witnesses. Everyone has a buffering circle going around and around of what can I say, because if I actually say what's on my mind or try to tell the truth, then 7 people around me's lie falls apart as well. So I need to sit and remember, what did we say I'm supposed to say to this? What can I say to that? Which is just another great note of, you want to blame Karen Reed, say, like, now a new lesser included they added in this trial of just a standard DUI is a lesser included in the manslaughter. So basically it's like, do you find her guilty of manslaughter? Yes or no? If no, do you find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter? If no, do you find her guilty of something? If no, do you find her guilty of driving while under the influence? Something that is uncontested. We all agree everyone was drinking and driving that night, but they had to sneak that in there to try to force some kind of a win. I can't stand that at all. Like, charge what you want to charge, but don't just stack charges because you need something to stick. You are saying she killed this man, and the second charge is manslaughter. You're trying to get a guilty lesser included of DUI under the manslaughter charge. No. So you'll have police officers even drinking in their police cruisers, leaving their guns in other officers' cars. It's all, no one's above the law. Everyone has to follow the rules until the actual people who enforce the rules have to follow them. Then it's, oh, well, we're going to smudge it. Oh, you know, it's okay. Oh, just look the other way. But Karen, oh, she's 100% guilty. Look at all the guilty actions she's done. Notice how we haven't talked about them for like an hour? But yeah, and that's why the district attorney and Michael Proctor are so gung-ho about this, because both the DA and Proctor came forward saying, I have no relationships with these people. I don't know them. So of course, this is an objective, unbiased investigation. Could not be further from the truth. However, he thinks he's okay to interview someone the next day about an incident that occurred on his brother's lawn, and the person you're interviewing happens to be really good friends with your niece. No. And another thing you'll notice about all of these situations is that a lot of the flipping and the turning and these little details that aren't actually consequential to the evidence, but are, you know, something that people can lean on as like memory facts. I'm sure there's a better phrase for that, but whatever. But in this case, she didn't hear, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The next day, oh, she heard it. Crystal clear. So did Jim McCabe. And now I want to take a detour to a witness in the defense's case. This witness came out of nowhere. I didn't know what to expect. Her name is Officer Dever. And if you know who she is, you already know where this is going. She did not testify in the first trial. She was called by the defense. So I thought that, you know, she was more objective, that she was more on Karen's side. Nope. Sure isn't. Things went 0 to 100 so quickly. So we're going to take a little extended detour to a degree and look at a condensed version of her testimony. And I'll tie both of these together at the end. I hope.
You want to be here today now.
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. And I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
So how did we even get here on the simplest opening question? He literally just said, did you see anything that you thought was unusual in the Sally Port garage? And she goes, we've talked about this before. Girl, I don't know who you are. I'm guessing y'all talked before the trial, but that's why you're at the trial, because the jury doesn't know you either. So whether we've talked about this or not, we need to talk about it again. And you want to say, we've talked about this? I can't make that statement on the stand. It is a false memory or something like that. I'm like, literally, you're not even listening to the question. How do you scream, I'm guilty, without saying I'm guilty? By not answering the question you are asked. You are inferring where he's going, so you're trying to cut off beforehand, and it only makes you look extremely guilty. I know if I heard that as a jury and he says, hey, how are you? Oh, doing good. You don't know why you're here? Okay. Did you see anything unusual? Yeah. I'm not going to say what you said because you wanted me to lie. I've been advised that that's a lie. I thought you didn't know why you were here.
I don't know why I'm here.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior to
let
the
me ask
first-
you a question. Did you
Oh,
observe
boy.
something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
Given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
Wait, did you lie? What?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
I've spoken with their legal team. Isn't their legal team like the U.S. Attorney's Office? Ma'am, can we get back to I don't even know why I'm here? Because it seems that you do know why you're here.
Exactly. Because what? So you gave a statement, and now you're saying I was presented with evidence that shows it was a false memory, so I retracted my statement. A statement I gave to the FBI after the FBI told me it is a crime to lie to them. Or at least she should know that. So now random third-party witnesses, and I guess they're not a third party because she was a Canton police officer at the time. She's a Boston police officer now, but back then, I guess she had a lot of false memories. And let's see, how does she know it's a false memory? Because she was presented with information. Information by whom?
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So now that is a false memory. Something so hyper-specific and casual, I saw our chief of police and Brian Higgins walk into the Sallyport garage after Karen Reed's car was in there for an awfully long time, and you thought it was unusual. Now on the stand, you're saying, well, that was a lie because it was a false memory. I've been given information that it was da-da-da-da-da. And then what's the information? So the quick little background of this, because I did have to condense a lot. Trust me, she will get her own video or a larger section covering the whole thing because they get spicy. I cut out some of the drama intentionally just to save it for that. But she mentions that she was on patrol that night. When it was called in that John O'Keefe had died, they called in everyone on patrol, especially like all the rookie and more lower level people, to run dispatch while all the more important people went out and did stuff. So she was in dispatch where there are cameras everywhere and monitors. She wouldn't even agree that she saw those things. He's like, oh, is there, he asked her if there are video monitors in the dispatch room. She wouldn't even answer that. And he's like, you work there. You would know. This isn't like an opinion question. Are there cameras or not? Did you see them in there or not? But the whole point was she was on night shift And then because this happened, everyone worked overtime. She said she started taking over dispatch around 6, so when the call came in. And she said her shift ended at 3:45. But the car didn't show up at the Sally Port until 5:30. So that's why she's saying, oh, it's impossible. It's a lie. I could not have saw that. That was a false memory that I just made up. It didn't happen. So we have to believe that either she created this whole hyper-specific memory and the feeling she felt while seeing and envisioning that memory, or we believe what is more likely to be the truth, which is she stayed past 3:45. If the prosecution had evidence that she left that building at 3:45, you could see maybe surveillance footage. I wouldn't trust clocking in and out with them, no. But if you find a surveillance camera that says that shows you leaving the police department at 3:45, then sure, that works. But you just saying that's when your shift ended does not mean that's when you left, especially while everyone's investigating the death of a cop. Everyone works overtime and you have no end time. I don't know why I'm here.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
Did you tell officers that you saw Chief Berkowitz and Higgins go into the Sally Port with the SUV for a quote unquote wildly long time? Yes, that's what I remembered at the time. Did you leave Canton PD at 3:45? Because if you left at 3:45, the SUV wasn't there yet. When did you leave?
Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes,
That's it.
because
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
The FBI!
What? Well, there it is. Just whoop, there it is.
Nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes,
That's it.
because
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My
My
God.
question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Lee defense team
She's like, I have an
threatened
email.
to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have
No.
a report to that effect?
No.
No.
Exactly. Because you're trying to get up here and tell the jury, you threatened to charge me with perjury. No, he probably warned you. You realize perjury is illegal. That if you lie, you could be charged with perjury. Do you know who charges things? The DA, the prosecutors. And luckily, they're on your side. They're never going to prosecute anyone in this case for perjury. That's why perjury is such an empty threat more often than not, because the prosecutor has to want to pursue those charges and waste taxpayer dollars, resources, and time in order to convict you of lying on the stand. Now, when it's really important and really big, they'll do that. But probably 7 times out of 10, if you lie on the stand, they don't care. So that's why it's always an empty threat of, we'll charge you with perjury. Do you know it's perjury under penalty of law that this happens, this happens? And the reason Jackson is honing in on it is because she's literally saying, you bullied me into lying on the stand. And that's why, and she's trying to corrupt her own testimony because she can't walk away from her words. So now she wants to make it seem like you are putting words in her mouth. You know, the words that she told the FBI, somehow it's your fault. And you are pressuring her to tell the truth that she now took away. But she got scared and reached out to the FBI with her 2 questions saying, could I be charged for lying? If you're not lying, why would you be worried about it? But you are, and you have to carry someone else's lie. So you want to know, if I carry someone else's lie, will I get in trouble? They told you no. The answer is yes.
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second. Quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Deborah thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sally Port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sally Port when they walked in. Did you go on to say you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz? You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes,
So why did you come in here?
my entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job.
Job.
Your Honor, one question. That sentence. AJ wrote down that sentence as fast as I did. My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand here.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told the law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating
compound.
two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
That's really
It's not possible I
If
saw
you
that.
agreed with me, would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
Yes. That's what she said.
That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just
Ma'am,
said. I wrote
that's
it
what
down.
you just
You
said.
just said. I wrote it down. You just said.
I wrote it down too.
My entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
So sparks flew on that one. This should have been such a simple witness. You gave an interview to the FBI beforehand, right? Yes. You told them this, didn't you? Yes. No further questions. Instead, no, I didn't. I created it. It wasn't true. I got the defense. You charged me with perjury. I made it up. This didn't happen. And a part that I cut out here, but that was in here, and I need to say it because it's the part that connects back to our original thing. If you remember, forever ago, the original connection point was EMT McLaughlin changing her testimony within a day, or her recollection of, she never said she heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, until after meeting with Kevin Albert, Caitlin Albert, her friend's uncle. Now, for Officer Dever, she was called into the commissioner's office regarding this case. She said she was told that the department supports her no matter what, and no matter what she has to say on the stand. And Jackson says that, didn't he also tell you to do the right thing? Wink, wink. But it was only after that meeting with the commissioner that she was presented with the timeline, and that she realized, oh, you're right, this was a false memory. But now we got to cover the rest of the chunk before we took our detour. But this actually transitions pretty nicely, because in her false created fake real memory, she said she saw Brian Higgins, of course Higgins is in everything, and Chief of Police in the garage awfully long time. Now we know the taillights shattered after the vehicle is in police custody. And to further support that, Jackson brought up that there was an officer who is not related to Proctor, like in any way. He's a police officer, but from a different area. When this all happened, they called in all the help they can get. So he showed up. He said he was looking at Karen Reed's tail light for around 20 minutes in the driveway. Not like, intently, but he remembers seeing it. And that it was cracked. And I think he made a note of it in his report. It was cracked, but it was not all the way broken.
This is the afternoon of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Before the vehicle had been seized formally by Trooper Proctor. Did you observe anything of note about the rear end of that black SUV?
Yes, I noted in a report that there was damage to the taillight,
By the way, which taillight are we talking about?
the right rear taillight.
Can you describe for the jurors what you noted in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight?
I noted that the report said that there was right rear damage to that taillight.
Have you ever described that damage previously?
I have. There was, it was damaged, the taillight was damaged, but there was a crack missing, but it was not completely damaged.
Do you see what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What does that appear to be, just generally?
The right rear taillight.
Of what?
The Lexus SUV.
Is that consistent with the black Lexus SUV that you saw at the Reed residence?
That was the black Lexus. That was not the taillight the day I was there.
Sergeant Barros, is this the condition of the right rear taillight when you showed up at the Reed household at around 3:15 in the afternoon on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. That taillight is completely smashed out.
What is different about this taillight as it's photographed here?
That middle section was intact when I was there. Towards that right side where that large chunk is, that's what was missing. So this area was intact. This is what I saw was missing here.
Over the course of how long would you say? How many minutes?
Probably 20 minutes or so.
You actually wrote a report about this, correct?
Correct.
Do you see what's depicted in that still image?
I do.
Does that appear to be a taillight?
Yes.
Does that appear to be brighter red?
Correct.
Is that the condition of the taillight as you saw it on January 29th around 3:15 or 3:30 when you got to the location?
It was.
Let's go back. Can you see that this entire area is now missing?
I can.
Do you see any red lens in that area?
No.
Is that consistent, this photograph consistent with the condition of the taillight as you saw it just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
He was one of the few police officers whose testimony actually felt genuine and not forced and not trying to belabor a point or get across some kind of fact that wasn't there. He says what he saw, and that's what it was. He didn't attribute any motive behind it. He didn't attribute that someone did this. He's just saying, what I see now, this picture of this smashed taillight, that's not what I saw when I saw the car originally. And if the facts all line up as they never found plastic during their initial search with the leaf blowers, no one else noticed there was a completely smashed, shattered taillight before the vehicle was seized. Michael Proctor lied about the timing of when he seized it, so that hour and 18 minutes, that he had alone with it. And now Officer Dever is telling us that Higgins and Buchnick, or the chief of police, whoever his name is, were in the Sallyport alone with that car for an awfully long time, and she never saw them leave. It's almost as if the taillight was not broken until they brought it back to the Sallyport, and now they magically find 45 pieces of plastic over the next 3 weeks. But to the rest of the earlier chunk, starts out with what I brought up in the last part. Sold the generational home. Sold your house right after this incident, a house that has been in your family for generations. I know sometimes people sell homes when there is a death inside the house. I mean, I guess it can still work outside of the house, and maybe publicity and this and that, that's what he's going to bank on. However, most people, especially if they are innocent, are not inclined to get rid of their generational home. Dog, phone, house, gone. And I like how he calls everyone busy bees because they were buzzing all over the place. He hit the nail on the head. Michael Proctor had pre-selected Karen Reed and was going to do everything in his power to make sure that she goes down for it. And then he brings up Jennifer McCabe's Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, which we've covered to a good extent. Deleted, messy. It's just the fact that she has no remorse while testifying. And by remorse, I mean like she can't even think of a lie to explain it away because there's no logical or rational, reasonable, innocent explanation to that 2:27 a.m. search. He does a great job laying out the timeline. And once I heard the timeline, I'm like, oh, yeah, all of this is going down and everyone is cranked up. So they've been drinking all night until 11:58. When they leave the bar, they go to Albert's house. According to the Alberts, Colin Albert had left the house by 12:15, so they never even intersected. So he wasn't there. And the assumption is that Karen Reed and them got there around 12:30. They say the hit happened at 12:31, even though his cell phone was still activated by him using his face unlock and hitting the side lock key. So he's dying, but he said, hold on, let me check my notifications real quick, while also being completely unconscious and immobile, according to all of the doctors who viewed his injuries. So then things kick off around 1:25. They said 1:25, Brian Higgins is back at Canton Police Department, despite being an ATF agent and not actually a Canton police officer. However, he does have an office in that police station. I don't know why, but it still doesn't make sense that you go there at 1:25 in the morning. Then you have a 1:30 in the morning call with Brian Albert, which you say never happened, is a butt dial. Then 2:22 a.m., y'all have another phone call almost an hour apart. Everyone is still up. Why are y'all not asleep? Then at 2:27, different locations, same things happening around the timeline. That's when Jen McCabe makes the Google search. And he said that Jen McCabe left the Alberts around 2, getting back at her place around 2:22, closer to the 2:27 time. Meaning, Jennifer McCabe was at Brian Albert's house while Brian Higgins was at the police department, while they had those 2 secret conversations that they said never happened. So she's there in the house looking Brian Albert in the face. So odds are she knows exactly what's happening, the status of everything, and what's going on, which is why she would be curious when she got home of, well, how long does it take to die in the cold? Because I don't really trust the plan they came up with, but there's no turning back now. What am I supposed to do? I've been pacing around.
Sometimes I'll start a sentence.
And that's important because then right after the Google search at 2:30 is when the snowplow driver shows up and starts making his routes. He says he doesn't see anybody on a front lawn and that he was looking not for a body but out to see things because he has to make sure the roads are clear. He has to make sure there aren't major obstacles here, there, fallen trees, whatever. So he's living his life. He doesn't see any body. Then at 3:30, during another one of his routes where he's driving past the house again, he sees a Ford Edge in front where John O'Keefe was later found, and then only after that was there a body on the front lawn.
Now, as you were passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time?
Allegedly, this is 3 hours after Karen hit John
with her SUV, right?
You take the right onto Fairview. Describe to the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes,
What type of vehicle was that?
a Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
How close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door.
What caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Alberts residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident.
Can you imagine if cops had shown up the morning of to find a freaking body in the house? Hey, can you move the vehicle? Is that a body? Yeah, you all are under arrest.
Get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right.
And if Jim McCabe left at around 2, everyone else left at around 2 or before, none of them saw a body. Snowplow driver says he went there at 2:30. He didn't see a body, meaning the body was not there from at least 12 to 2:30. And then after 3:30, we see one more vehicle there, and now the body's there. It just tracks. Like, that makes 10 times more sense than she hit him. He's in the lawn. Not a single creature, living organism notices this 6 foot, 200 plus pound male in a yard. And then the timeline gets to Karen Reed wakes up right before 5 a.m. So this whole time, Karen's asleep. She's been sending the voicemails, then she stopped, she went to bed. But she has not left that home. Like I said, her actions are completely accounted for. Everyone else was awake, up, busy bees, doing whatever they needed to do. Now Karen's awake around 5 a.m., freaking out, trying to find where he is, calling people around. Oh, she lucked out. Her good friend, Jennifer McCabe, not good friend, but fake, whatever, happens to be up, and she can help you look because she knows John, and she knew that you were with him, and she can help you find, and this and that. They end up driving around looking for John for almost an hour, and that does not sit right with me at all. I'm like, Jen McCabe, you knew he was dead, and it seems like you were trying to stall her while figuring things out with other people until you finally said, oh, well, could it have been at Brian's place? And then you go check there. You knew that is the first place you should have checked, but it ended up being the last. And yeah, during that time, she backed up, she hit his car, which is clear. It's the clearest thing imaginable that she backed up. That's where the taillight got cracked, not on his skin, because the thing is, if that taillight wasn't cracked there, then it wouldn't have been the right taillight. Maybe it would have, but that's where it was concentrated. If there was a crack in the left one, it could have been the left one. And they thought they lucked out, because then they get to say that there was DNA on the tail light and that there was glass on the bumper, because John had taken a glass allegedly from the bar and he had gotten out and got behind the vehicle, and that he was picking it up, and that's when she took advantage of that moment and backed into him, and that's when the right rear tail light hit him, yada yada yada. And that's why the glass was on the bumper, and Michael Proctor is the one who found the glass. However, the glass pieces do not match the glasses at the bar. They only match the glass Michael Proctor found. So it just never ends. And then you're like, oh, there's DNA on the car. What's the DNA? That tiny, microscopic little hair clinging for its life. And Dr. Wolf had to sneak it in again that there was no blood found anywhere, which you would think, if a broken taillight shattered into someone and caused all these cuts, there would be some blood somewhere.
You're aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle.
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
Did you see how he answered that question?
There was also
Sir,
DNA.
You have done this one or two times before.
That was found on glass that was found right near his body.
And the thing that's so different about how these witnesses present themselves on cross, they don't shift on cross until Lally's attitude shifts with them. And then it's like, he's defending his report, right? Yeah, there's no blood evidence on it though. It was a very small amount of DNA. He's just reiterating again what we all know and defending his report. Look, I'm not here to fight with you, but my report says this and I stand by it, and this is why.
He was
also, I'm not done ranting. Also, Lally's cross-examination feels like a less good defense cross-examination.
Was that a read?
Because Lally is trying to be like, but it could be this, but it could be that. That's not where you need to be as a prosecutor. It's not, but it could be, it could be, it could be. It needs to be what you fucking charged or not. If it could be a million things, then it can't be your case. Like, it's just wild that Lally on cross is eliciting, there's no evidence of this. And then he's like, oh, but the victim's arm could be here. It's so fucking disingenuous to stand up on cross as the prosecutor and be like, but the victim's arm could be this and the victim's arm could do that. You had an expert stand up and explain to the jury that the victim's arm was outstretched with a cup. That's what you elicited. Now you're trying to back away from it? Stop.
And that's how they've played this whole trial. The story keeps evolving, keeps changing. It could be, it could be, it could be. We're here because you said she did, not that she could have. And you don't charge someone with second-degree murder for a could have, at least not ethically. Which is why I said if I was in Massachusetts, if I was in Canton, I'd be terrified. These are the people exactly, Paulina. I would fly away too if these are the people that are supposed to protect and serve you and that you trust to give you a fair trial if you ever found yourself in that situation. And trust and believe, Karen Reed never thought she would find herself in this situation, so it could happen to anyone. And you want to have faith that your judicial officers, lawyers, judges, prosecutors are coming to court with a good faith basis, are bringing charges out of good faith. I don't see any of that here. Okay, but I think now I'm done with this section. We have one more little section to go, so let's get into it and then let's wrap up these thoughts. Oh my gosh, this video is so long.
During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family, and that will mean something. You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case,
the evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or table at weddings, Alberts, with babysitting his own children. You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts' front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption. And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, alone with Karen Reed's phone, alone with John's phone, alone with video footage, alone with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants, he transported the evidence, he secured it, he submitted it, he did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants, he lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Reed's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had access to the vehicle before a single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were two searches. The first and second search found zero, nothing. Nothing around John's body, nothing in the street, not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up. And not just a few items, 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. It came up with zero. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally, vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned? They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight. But you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm. None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show it was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found, John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart. And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn. 5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, She refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial.
Which is a massive point for me. Not that it's a cover-up, I mean, absolutely, but I mean, the point that the medical examiner wouldn't even rule this death a homicide. Even after being told the story, even after whatever, she heard them say this was a car accident. She's a medical examiner. She conducted the autopsy. She was looking at the body and says, that does not line up. This is undetermined. And I think I was watching Natalie Lawyer Chick the first time I saw this, and she had a great breakdown of it. So we're going to insert a little clip of that because it just shows that Michael Proctor did not care whatsoever. Almost immediately, his mind was made up, and he was going to blame it on Karen Reed.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged.
Wow.
Right?
Correct.
Wow.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained. Argumentative. Proper objection. Proper ruling, in my opinion. Yeah. I mean, but he said it and they heard it, and it sounds right. It sounds right that it didn't matter what the medical examiner said. You were charging you were charging murder. You were charging Karen Reed with murder, even though you didn't have the medicals to back it up. That's profound to me. And there could be a universe in which an officer does a genuine investigation and has all this other evidence, even though the cause of death cannot be determined.
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Ms. Reed with murder anyway.
That's right.
Objection.
I'll allow it. That's right.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
The medical professional, the medical examiner, the doctor, their determination did not matter, because my investigation, in which I barely spoke to anyone, we improperly collected evidence, we put blood in Solo cups, revealed to us that Karen Reed killed him, even though objective evidence by someone uninvolved in the case who's a medical professional couldn't even determine that the person was actually killed. My goodness, what a shame.
Standing the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but.
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ms. Reed was going to get serious charges against her. Didn't have any indication of any intent. You just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later.
Argumentative.
Right?
Yes.
Wow, I'm so surprised. A moment of truth. Oh my gosh, let me listen to that again. I thought that was going to get an objection. Wow.
You didn't have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation. You didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
So this is what's really, really interesting. At the time that you're saying she's going to go to prison forever, she's done, she's screwed, we're charging her with murder. He had what he thought, what he believed. Let's believe that. He had what he believed was evidence that Karen Reed had struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle. But he didn't have any evidence that she intended to do that. Yet that was still enough for him to say she's a psycho, she's a C word, she's a this, she's got these things going on with her body. and she's going to prison forever, and she's screwed, and
she's fucked.
Oh
right?
God, he just
Correct.
leans in.
And I wouldn't have it any other way because it just highlights the absurdity of all of it. He has the gall to say all of this and all of that when he has no intent, no medical proof, no pieces of taillight until he takes over, absolutely nothing but a wing of prayer. And the wildest part about it is every time I hear more and more about this, we would know none of this if the FBI didn't get involved and those text messages were released. How do you think they run all the rest of their investigations? Because in all of these text messages, no one is shocked, appalled, offended, or anything. This is business as usual, and they actually tell you, you should have done this. You should have sent us in here. We would have convinced her to get the homicide thing, because that's what we're here to do. We're here to get the conviction, not actually investigate what happened. Okay, but backing up to the beginning of this chunk. He talks about how the Alberts are a powerful family. We already know this. How Michael Proctor's connection, how he has her babysitting. And that's my wildest thing. You over here saying I have no connection, but here's my literal child. You know, one of the things I care about more than anything in this world, I'll give to this stranger that I have no relationship to. Oh, and also we'll be in each other's wedding parties. And make sure to get my wife a gift because she's been home with my child for 10 days. And whoever Albert is just so proud of you for handling this case. She's proud of you. Why would a third-party witness who is not an O'Keefe be proud of you for handling this case? Unless they're proud of you because even though it was in Albert's front lawn, they're not facing any blowback. That's the only reason why she would be proud of you. Michael Proctor had handle over all the evidence, the control, and then the Ring camera footage that just randomly went missing. Of course, the exact precise moment when she would have gotten home and you would have been able to see, that's gone. And of course, Proctor's like, oh, I have no idea what's there. But the earlier Ring footage video was there, and then the later footage was there. Only this one hyper-specific clip was deleted, and the prosecution wants to make it sound like she deleted it. And I'm like, if she deleted it, why wouldn't she delete all of them? Why would she stop at one? Why would she not delete the one where she actually hit his car when she went searching for him? That would have also made her look guilty or whatever. No, that video being missing only benefits the prosecution and does not benefit her whatsoever. And Proctor even gets caught in the lie of, you had access to John's phone. You accessed the Ring app from his phone, correct? Yeah, because I was trying to find that video, not delete it. I was trying to find it, but you haven't found it, right? And it's not there, right? Okay. Caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and he's saying, actually, no, I just made the cookies, and I decided to put one back in there. Does that even fit? That was random. And then the library footage, that is the other thing that convinced me, oh, this is a cover-up. You mean the library where her car would have driven by to get home, the precise moment when she would have gotten there or driven by there is missing, and that it just kind of skipped on the CD that the prosecution turned over. And they're saying, oh, that's just how it is when we retrieved it. That's what they gave to us. So they gave you just a standard security tape that just so happens to be missing like 15 minutes of the whole night. Does that happen every night? Does that camera just skip those exact 15 minutes every night? Or was it just this one specific night at that one specific time? Did Karen erase that too? No? Okay. And he had absolutely no oversight. He was able to handle all of this. I'll still also never get over the clothes handling. how he had the clothes in his possessions for nearly 6 weeks before he actually turned them in for testing. And then they want to get up there and say, well, we found debris and taillight fragments in his clothes. I mean, the clothes that weren't tested for weeks? Okay. And then also, they put both items, I think it was like a shirt and the hoodie, in the same evidence bag. They didn't even give them separate evidence bags. And there was debris in the bag. So it could have gotten there any kind of way. The way they handled this evidence, which it seems that these are all enigmas and anomalies. And when you ask them the policies, they have the answers and they say, well, this is how we normally do it. But it just so happens at every single step in this investigation, we handled everything in the worst possible way imaginable. And we talked about how he lied on the search warrants of when he took the car versus when the car arrived. And he used that time on so many subsequent search warrants. Even, and every single one of those is under oath. Lie after lie after lie after lie. But because he can just say, oh, it was an accident, they'll just forgive all that. So we have to forgive all that too. But actually we don't, because we're literal people and we're not governed by fake rules, and we can use our eyes and our own reasoning and actually come to the conclusions that we see. You know, other people will see everything that I've shown you in this video and still say she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because we see the world how we see the world. But I'm tired of like tiptoeing around obvious truths just to play devil's advocate so much. I'm like, well, there was a saying of saying, why does the devil need an advocate? Okay, I get it, but devil can do that on his own. Sometimes you have to see things for what they are and not always play the, well, could it be this? Could it possibly be that? But was it? Is it? None of the evidence is saying it is, but you keep telling me, wow, I'm spiraling. Okay, I feel better now, but I'm going to blitz through the rest of this list so we can wrap this up. But he had access to the vehicle before anything was found. We know that, but I like how Jackson said appreciate that. Appreciate that fact that he had that time, because they're going to downplay it. They're going to say the hour and 18 minutes before he brought it into the Sally Port doesn't matter. They're going to say the 42 minutes that's missing in the Sally Port where anyone could have done anything doesn't matter. They're going to say that Officer Devers' false fake memory implanted inception where she saw Chief and Higgins go into the Sally Port alone for an awfully long time with the SUV. They're going to downplay that like it's absolutely nothing. He's telling you appreciate those facts, because they are hoping that you are stupid and just buy all of these coincidences that happen to stack on top of each other on this specific day when a police officer died.
As if we're stupid.
To my understanding, technology doesn't really know when someone dies, so the fact that it all chose this moment to start malfunctioning, skipping, exporting videos in reverse, completely erasing videos in other cases, just no. And also needs to appreciate the 2 searches. I don't know why. For me, it would blow my mind. But again, they downplay it so much that in the first original 2 searches of the area, they found nothing. 4 officers found nothing. But only after Inspector Gadget, Michael Proctor, took on Mission Impossible did he find evidence left and right. He's finding 46 plastic pieces, he's finding glass shards, this, he's finding microscopic hairs. He's like, go gadget, tamper with literally all the evidence possible, but then change the dates on the affidavits that I swore under oath are correct, but they're not whatsoever, but it's just to divert you away from the obvious corruption and obvious cover-up that's happening, but we won't say it out loud because we don't want to admit that there are flaws in our justice system that are deeply rooted and embedded in the leadership and the foundation of our society. Let's move on. And I'm going to cut in here because there's two other points I wanted to make and I don't really know where to fit them in. And I may have already covered them. This video is too long. I don't know where I'm at, so this is me editing at the end. So I'm just going to put this in here. Again, if it's repeating, then it's repeating. If it's not, then boom, here's another point. Another point is in reference to John O'Keefe's clothing. Because Michael Proctor held on to his clothing for weeks until he actually sent it in for testing. And now they used all that to say, well, there wasn't any dog DNA on his clothing, there wasn't this, there wasn't that, and there was debris from the shattered taillight found in there. And I'm like, but he handled it the entire time.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but
there are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period?
Sustained.
Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Yannetti.
Unbelievable. It is. And it's just another happenstance or little detail that they want us to overlook and just trust that the man who called her a whack job C word, says she's effed, hope she dies, called her dumb, stupid, made fun of her accent and disability or conditions she lives with, who said he didn't care about motive whatsoever, that he was just going to make it fit, really handled evidence properly with care and without any bias to accomplish the goal of framing Karen Reed. And that also just brings me to my second point that I didn't know where to fit. When Michael Proctor originally got this, he thought this was a physical fight. He actually thought it was a woman cop who beat up her boyfriend, and then when he got on the scene, like, understood stuff. But his original conclusion after seeing his body in the hospital was that this was a physical altercation. And then within 17 hours, it flipped to it was a car accident and it was her.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes or no?
He's going to answer the question. If you want to
Go ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, and we were still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
There we go. That's it. That's all he wanted him to admit. Your initial thought was that he was beat up. After you saw the body at the hospital, your first thought was, man, this dude got the shit beat out of him. That is huge.
But not to this prosecution, not to this district attorney. That was not huge whatsoever. The lead investigator's initial thoughts on what he saw after seeing many injuries and many cases throughout the years was that this was a physical altercation. He's also seen many car accidents, and he didn't recognize any of those injuries to be consistent in that initial viewing. Of course, I'm making assumptions, but there's no evidence that he thought anything else before seeing the context and realizing that he needed a different answer than a physical altercation. Because at that moment, when he was texting his friends then, I don't think he knew it was the Alberts front lawn yet. Maybe he did. Not sure. Well, no, because he thought the house owner was a woman cop. So he had no idea this was about the Alberts, and his original thought was that this was a physical altercation. Within 16 hours, after he learns that it's on the Alberts front lawn, now it's a car accident and it was a malicious second-degree murder by Karen Reed. Because at the end of the day, they want us to ignore what they ignored. And then they want us to ignore that they ignored it. And what's just really deplorable is the idea that not only could you lie about all this, but you are actively trying to send an individual to prison for her life for absolutely no reason. And not that it's no reason. You have a million reasons because your whole family livelihoods, so many people will be implicated if she does not go down for it. So in your mind, it's better for one person to go down and we all get to walk away scotch-free, or else everyone's life is imploded and who knows what could happen. Fun fact, it's 2025 and everyone else's life is already imploding, so we might as well. Then he talks about the DNA on the taillight, and highlighting parts that we didn't talk about earlier, because we talked about how there's the little hair clinging for dear life, and they're like, that means that she hit him. I'm like, you want me to believe that one of John O'Keefe's hairs on his girlfriend's car is indicative that the car must have hit him? That hair could have gotten on there at any point, any time, any way, for any reason, and it wouldn't be absurd. But no blood's found. No blood's found on the taillight, no blood's found on the plastic shards. Even though blood was collected in red Solo cups at the scene, you think that there would be some plastic shards in there or something, or like around the area. But what really stood out to me, and again, they gloss over it entirely, of the samples, they found 3 men's samples. 1, John O'Keefe, and 2, unidentified males. How do you not do everything you can to find out who those 2 unidentified males are, unless you know exactly who those 2 unidentified males are and you're not willing to release those names? And the same logic for the shoes. Why are there 5 males' DNA on this man's shoe? And they don't think any of that is important. They just think this microscopic hair on her car is the most important thing possible. But 7 people, unidentified, their DNA on or around John O'Keefe, we're not even going to look for it. Ignore it. It's all her. Because who do we think those 5 males are? Give me your best guess in the comments below. Also, the fact that 1 shoe is still missing, I'll never get over that either. There's 1 shoe on the curb, and then the other shoe is missing. And that's why they said you never even went into the Alberts home, where maybe you could have found the shoe. And if there was a shoe in the Alberts home, they definitely burned that. If you're getting rid of a dog, that shoe does not exist in this reality anymore. And so he ties that theory of having to be injured and having to be moved to a warmer area. And then when you put that together with the snowplow driver's testimony about seeing the Ford Edge in the exact position, and part of me is like, well, no, they wouldn't put his body in the Ford Edge because then his DNA would be all over it. But then also, they weren't investigated even in the slightest, so no one was going to test it regardless. So you'd have an infinite amount of time to get rid of it and clean it and whatever. But yeah, just the amount of things that they refused to investigate and the certainty with which they are asserting her guilt, it just doesn't match up. Okay, but we have one little tiny part left, and I think that'll wrap this up.
Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden. Because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden of proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. And they're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the House and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all 3 of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
Now that use of repetition I can get behind. So that was Jackson's opening statement. I think he knocked it out of the park. Same with Yannetti. I really liked both of theirs. I think they both did a really good job, but they both had very different approaches and different missions. I think Yannetti definitely bit off more than he could chew. Actually, I don't. But I think he gave himself a monumental task to live up to in that opening. And I think Jackson honed in on the you can't vote anything but not guilty based off of all of these millions of things, but honed it in on the collision. If there's no collision, then she could not have killed him. Case closed. And now that we're officially on verdict watch, I'm sure things are going to get spicy. I have no idea how long this deliberation is going to be. I think the first trial, it was like 5 days because they were deadlocked. Maybe this jury won't be. Maybe they'll come to a quick decision. Doubtful, but I'll be excited to see what happens. I'm pretty sure future editing me will have more concluding thoughts, so I'm gonna cut it right here for me. Let me guess, future me, you didn't post this when you wanted to. The way I wanted to swing bows on myself when I came back to this, because who am I talking to? But yeah, I don't really have too many more concluding thoughts. That was our first kind of introduction to this case, especially right as this case is finishing. By the time I post this, we are on verdict watch still. The presentation of the cases have been completely finished. There is no verdict at the time of posting, but who knows, maybe there will be by the time this is up. I know this video was a little all over the place and repetitive here and there, but there's just so much going on that trying to string it together is a Herculean task that I feel sorry for any jury who has to deliberate and try to parse through these facts and excuses. And I fear as a jury member, I would be convinced by this alone. But of course, you would keep an open mind and see all the evidence, yada, yada, yada. But the prosecution did not convince me whatsoever and still hasn't to this day. Also, I'm not sure how many people have actually gotten emotional on the stand, because there's a lot of people saying they were his friends and that they hate this and they are just stone-faced. I mean, a lot of them look scared out of their mind, not trying to seek justice or not trying to tell the truth. See, even Linda wants justice more than all of these witnesses for the prosecution seemingly do. Because it's, I have to go through this again. I have to face the canons that are David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. And in this second case, they added a new powerhouse lawyer named Mr. Alessi. And when I tell you, Mr. Alessi is one of my new favorites. He looks like the coolest physics professor at the college. You know what I mean? But he gives me drama. When I tell you I want drama, I want Mr. Alessi.
Your Honor, what we just saw clearly presented to the jurors with that in mind in that questioning. Here is the basis for the mistrial with prejudice. Those holes in the back of the hoodie sweatshirt are clearly, unequivocally, without doubt, caused nothing to do with any type of event on or about January 29th. I will note the back of the hoodie, I believe, is the only one, to my knowledge, not put into evidence.
So all the other crime lab photos are in evidence except for that one?
And that is part of the basis for the mistrial.
The jury's not going to like that at all.
It is no coincidence that these two documents...
He's saying it's planned. He's saying it's planned that those were left out and that the prosecution was planning to do this all along. That is his argument.
are not in evidence, because if they were in evidence, they would clearly have prevented the stunt that we just saw occur with regard to Dr. Wolf. The Commonwealth well knows from its own criminal list what could be more egregious, what could be more misleading than that, and what could be more important for a context than the alleged collision that never occurred before some of the most significant and probative witnesses in this trial. They picked the most opportune, sensitive time to pull this stunt. Why is this occurring, Your Honor? The Commonwealth has no case. They have no collision. They are desperate.
Was that a read?
I don't believe one could come up with more misleading, misdirecting. It's more than interesting that none of these exhibits were put in evidence by the Commonwealth.
Very
Isn't
interesting.
it some
The hoodie's
coincidence?
not in evidence.
The prosecution is supposed to be held to a higher standard, to do justice, to create a fair trial. This is the antithesis of a fair trial. And it is becoming evidently clear the more desperate the prosecution gets because it can't prove its theory, including its own medical examiner can't support them, that they're now resorting to conduct like this. Your Honor, at some point, this has to come to an end.
Me, whenever I get to the end of my videos, like, I have to end at some point. But no, Mr. Alessi was the perfect addition to this group, and he's been handling, or he handled, a majority of the expert witnesses, so Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson could focus on the more difficult witnesses. Which expert witnesses are very hard to manage. His style is amazing because he's just as smart as the expert, or he gets as smart as the expert in their field and then uses that against them. It's really fun to watch, so look forward for that in the future. So it's David Yannetti, Alan Jackson, Elizabeth Little, and Mr. Alessi. I don't know his first name. And I'm sure there are others, but those are the four horsemen of Canton's apocalypse. I didn't get to cover Mr. Alessi in this video, but he will be way more relevant as we look back at the trials and analyze more of what happened during the trial. Because trust and believe, just because both trials are over, this thing is not over. Because if it plays out the way I think it's going to play out, honestly, at this point, I think she's going to be acquitted of everything and then probably get the DUI charge just because. But even then, that would mean that no one was convicted for his murder. And the FBI, I imagine, would reopen this investigation and ask harder hitting questions, now with all of the ammunition provided by Karen Reed's defense team. So I may be late to the game, but I may have started right on time. So I hope you enjoyed my personal introduction to this case, finally being able to get out all of my thoughts that have just been ruminating in my head. Actually, no, I haven't. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I have so many thoughts on everything, but this nearly 6-hour video gives you the essence of my feelings right now. So if you like this video, remember to like, comment, subscribe, dislike if you're feeling it. Until next time.